Hello and welcome to the final day of the World Blitz Team Championships. 16 teams remain, but only one will leave with a crown. From here on out, it's win or go home.
It's going to be really dramatic.
Absolutely.
It's great to be here on our final day.
And yeah, I just, of course, should introduce ourselves. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and with me for a long time. It has only been 5 days so far, but I'm absolutely stalwart of English chess and also the OG voice of commentary. It is none other than Grandmaster Daniel King. Now, well, hopefully we shall have a few graphics for you. And the first up is going to be a very intense day because it is the big finale. It's now or never for our teams.
Very exciting that, you know, in each knockout match, the teams actually play 2 matches. So it'll be 6 boards and they play with, you know, one team has white on board 1, and then for the reverse match, then the other team has white on board 1. So it's all very fair, but it's still match points. So one team can win the first match 3.5, 2.5, and well, if they lose 6-0 in the second match, then they'll go to a tiebreak. I think that's very important.
And the lineup can change between matches. So it's going to be super exciting. And talking about excitement, let's have a look at what is lined up ahead for us today. Because, of course, we start off with a round of 16, and then that gets whittled down to 8, the quarterfinals, and then you go to the semis, and then finally it will be the big final. And someone will walk away as the champion. Now, we have to mention that WR Chess Team, they are the reigning Blitz Team champions.
They are. So we're going to have a look at their match when we start up in a few minutes' time. I have to say, I mean, just my impression yesterday, you know, in the pool stage of the Blitz and in the Rapid as well, that the strongest players are what impresses me is that even if they get into bad positions, and it happens because this is speed chess, that somehow they have this incredible mentality, this ability to keep fighting and to set their opponent's problems. You know, there are some of us who, you know, we make a bad move, you know, we can crumble. We think, oh God, it's all gone wrong. But for them, it's just normal. Yeah. They just play. So it's that kind of resilience, that ability to bounce back, which has really impressed me with players like, well, we saw Noribek Abdusattorov. I thought he was extraordinary yesterday. And, well, many others. But yeah, it's that bounce back.
Absolutely.
Ability.
And we saw it time and time again. When it came to the big clutch moment, the top players were delivering. And here we're seeing on the screens the playing hall as we are going to be focusing on WR Chess Team as they face the might of Malcolm's Mates, which is basically a team from the UK and with some friends. But here are the rules of the Blitz. Now, the teams will be playing a duel, which consists of 2 matches. They will then alternate colors and as Danny mentioned, game points are not used as a tiebreak. Instead, there's going to be a tiebreak, a physical tiebreak where the team face off in another Blitz match.
Yeah, so this could be a long day, actually, because I have a funny feeling we're going to see quite a few tiebreaks. But, well, we shall see. The players settling in. You mentioned Malcolm's Mates. Basically, you know, it's an English team plus a couple of others. So I'm very interested to see how they get on against the might of WR Chess, the defending champions. And on that top board, we've got Nepomniachtchi playing against Garwayne Jones. I mean, Garwayne, you know, is such a tricky player, but that's going to be a really tough one, as, of course, Nepo is the reigning individual Blitz world champion.
And here you can see the bracket, and there you see at the top, WR Chess Team play Malcolm's Mates. Then we have big names as well, Team MGD1. Well, they are the new World Rapid Team champions. Can they make it a double? Well, they are going to be facing off against Generation X, Y, Z, A.
I should say that this knockout stage is to some extent seeded because the teams qualified from the pool stages, but the first place in the pool stage will be meeting someone at the bottom end of one of the other pools. So, I mean, I think if we look, we've switched from the graphic again, but I think the big favourites here, I would say WR Chess, very strong. The Freedom team, very strong. And Uzbekistan, my favourites, they're still in there, and they had a tremendous.
The gloves are off,
yesterday.
handshake, and the battle begins. And there we see Gawain Moreau-Jones. He's playing board 1. He has a very tricky style, and he's got the black pieces against Nepomniachtchi. It is an Italian, and there we see some extension from Nepomniachtchi on the queen side, and there. Pushing that pawn up the board even more. But Gawain, he is famous for knowing his openings. He's got a tricky set of openings, but he knows them inside out. He's even written a few chessable courses. So there we are going to see White preparing to break through in the center at the right time. And that's not something you do necessarily immediately, but you prepare it and try to catch Black out.
But Nepo's so fast. We've noticed that yesterday. Sometimes he just manages to blow his opponents off the board because they just run out of time. Even they're having to play very tricky positions with very little time. Interesting, we saw Nepo playing a King's Gambit yesterday, but playing a little bit more safely against Gawain with a Gioco Piano.
Exactly. And there we see Nepomniachtchi deciding how he's going to continue with development. I mean, he's come out with the queen. Well, that is a battery against the f7 pawn, so I'm expecting the rook to slide up.
Rook e7,
queen e7.
Queen e7, I would have thought. I mean, queen b3 comes at a moment when the b7 pawn is, vulnerable, of course, if the bishop moves to e6. So Nepo sort of taking advantage of that with queen b3.
And now the big challenge comes to the dark square bishops. Now, often in these openings, everything is determined by the power of the bishops. And it's very strange because you not only have to look at the power of their bishops immediately, but also in the future. So there we're seeing that the light square bishop that White has on c4 is very, very powerful, bearing down on f7. So Black is going to be attempting to challenge it at some point. And the decision now for Gawain is, does he take the bishop and open up the f-line, and suddenly there's a lot of unpleasantness against the f-line. And there we're seeing some wriggling going on, knight to d8, getting ready to go bishop to e6, challenging.
So the exchange basically raises the stakes. Black does not need to exchange, but e3 could be a long-term weakness, but in the short and medium term, it gives White this semi-open file. So that really raises the stakes in this position.
Absolutely. And White does have that ready-made attack, as you mentioned. The knight is going to get developed at some point, can go to d2, can go to a3. Rook, I'm expecting some doubling on the f-line. Do you have a term for the doubling?
No.
No.
I don't. But, yeah, I mean, basically what Nepo would like to do is get that knight out and then play rook f2, rook f1, as Ivanka mentioned, just barreling down on the f-file. And, later there could even be sacrifices on f6, knight d2. So probably bishop e6 coming to, because, as you mentioned, that bishop is very strong. But maybe just, rook f2. Slightly concerns me that Gawain's knight, I understand why he's done it, to protect that pawn on b7, to allow the bishop into the game, but it does break the communication between the rooks, and it's going to take time to regroup here. In the meantime, Nepo could play rook f2.
And Gawain very much on the reactive here, because there we're seeing that the knight comes and takes it, and then d4. So this is the whole point. It is Nepomniachtchi who is the one determining the pace. I wasn't expecting d4. I was expecting this lining up of the rooks and maybe a knight trying to infiltrate to f5. But okay, here we have it. Confrontation in the center. If you take on d4, then you're ironing out white's pawn structure, so that's not advisable. Instead, I think you have to hold the tension, and there you see rook a b8, just covering the b7 pawn.
Interesting, he's allowed this exchange on e5, but I think that would give black counter chances here. But yeah, he's going for the attack on the f-file. This, if he can get it in, it's extremely dangerous. Garry Kasparov's favorite attacking piece. He was asked, Gary, what do you like attacking with? What's your favorite attacking piece? And everyone expected it's going to be the queen. We said a knight on f5.
Right.
When there's a king on g8.
Exactly. And you can see that's why he covers that square, because otherwise white was going to double up the rooks, get that knight to f5, demolition job on the king's side.
G6 destabilizes the knight on f6. So again, it raises the stakes. Knight g5. So he's Garmin's trying to get some pressure on the pawn on e4.
And here comes the pressure down the f line, Danny. Rook f2,
yep.
Rook f1. And take a look at that knight on f6, which is going to be feeling some heat.
That's why I always say you've got to be very careful when you advance pawns. Now, he played g6 in order to prevent the knight coming in to f5, but it does have consequences. That knight on f6 needs protection. It's going to have to move away, but then Nepo has pressure on the pawn on f7, but knight h5.
I know, and Gawain down to 20 seconds on the clock.
It's incredible. You didn't think Nepo was moving that much faster, but he's already got a minute time advantage. That's extraordinary.
Absolutely, and still, Nepo is going to be the one building on this position. Gawain under pressure. So what can we expect from Nepo? Maybe g4?
G4, wow. that really would raise the stakes.
I'm thinking I just want to get a rook onto the
f6.
Because okay, he doesn't do that. That's
I tell you what, it would be an extremely double-edged move. So he's played rook f3 just to cover the g3 square. And b6, Gawain looking for counterplay on the queen side.
Rook takes b6. Okay, the queen just slides back, just maintaining her eyesight on the f7 pawn. And then Gawain just really needs to up the tension, initiate that chaos button, but c5, and now the knight is coming.
I'm not sure about this b6 move because it leaves the a6 pawn really weak. And that d6 pawn as well, also not looking great. And indeed, Nepo has swooped down. The queen has taken the a pawn. Ooh, Gawain now a pawn down.
Yeah, and well, Gawain is known in English chess as a bit of a trickster, always setting tricks and traps. So he's going to have to rely on that instinct if he wants to survive in this, because he's really struggling here. Knight takes e5.
Oh, good move.
Cannot
Couldn't
capture.
be taken because the rook was hanging, and oh, rook d6. It all happened very quickly there, but. Yeah, Nepo is 3 pawns up. I think that's the end of the line. Yes. Presumably, did he play knight g6 at the end, or did he lose? I think he lost on time, actually. Yeah, he lost on time, sorry.
Okay, and wow. Okay, let's move down, and there we are moving to the game between Hikaru and Vitiugov, and there we maybe can have the evaluation bar to guide us through the action. It's a lovely tool to have, and we see Hikaru with the white pieces. Vitiugov is known to have a reputation as the Iceman. Very cool customer. Queen takes the pawn, and how is Hikaru going to generate some play? He just quickly slides back with the bishop.
Beautiful knight on d5, but...
Can you not take? What is happening? Queen takes, knight is going to be met by queen takes pawn, and that's where Hikaru spots that. These guys are so quick.
Okay, the rook is hit. I mean, this knight is beautifully placed, but Vitiugov, yeah, I think once this pawn has gone, it's actually level material, but Hikaru has such a big positional advantage with this wonderful knight on d5.
But the players are playing on seconds, and anything can happen. They are both under 10 seconds, Danny.
Well, Hikaru has won an exchange and should be winning now. He's breaking through to the black king.
He's still keeping the game alive, you know. There is a passed c-pawn. Okay, Hikaru is chasing down the black king. Oh, where to go?
Oh, queen e5. Black's position collapsing.
Hang on a second. c2.
Ooh.
And there we go. Pawn takes And Vitiugov still playing. He still has hopes for the draw. And nope, we have handshake because you couldn't capture that pawn on e4 because of the queen block. Wow. So we had already a whole flurry of results, and we are going to go to the game between Grischuk and Grischuk Kaz chess. And this is he's playing against rookies. So this is.
Let me just find the board.
Let me find the name as well. Samadov with the white pieces.
Okay, we've got the h-pawn going down the board, but that bishop is beautifully placed, and I think this is actually a win for black. Okay. It's a win for black because this knight, it's Zugzwang. The knight has to move, or the king has to relinquish hold of the knight. A lovely photo of Ali Reza. However, it would be quite nice to see the board. In fact, Grischuk did win. Yeah, basically, I mean, that's a classic endgame position where the bishop on h8 controls so many squares down the diagonal, and the knight had run out of moves. It had to cover the a1 square. The king was protecting the knight. Anyway, we'll talk about that another time. It looks like the WR team are quite pleased with themselves.
Yeah, you can see that from the smiles on their face, and they have very good reason, as they have won the first match 5-1. It was a win for Omarov Murat, for Malcolm's mates, and also just to update you on other results, also a win for Germany and friends, MGD won, and Hexamind, and it does look like Kaz Chess were also on their way to getting a victory.
Let me see. I'm going to try and pick out a game that is perhaps of interest. Sorry, did you want to?
No, I was saying we got to be careful because the teams actually don't have that much time in between the first match and the second match. Because remember, the teams play each other again, and they just switch colours.
Question: do they have to wait for all the other games to finish before they play the next match? They must do.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because I think there has to be some official point, because the teams can switch their lineups.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I see. Okay.
So just like football, where you can substitute in a player, we've got the same situation happening right here.
Okay. Very good.
So we're going to see whether there is a change in the lineups. But so I'd love to see the game, but we have to be quick.
Okay.
Sorry,
well,
Danny.
I've got to pick one first.
Yes. Okay. Maybe we can have a look at.
Pick a name.
Oh, Ali Reza. Okay, actually, we are going to soon go to Charlize in the playing hall. Yes.
Great.
Yes. Okay, Charlize is waiting for us here at the playing hall. She can tell us a little bit more about what it felt like being there for round one.
We are live in the playing hall with the first round of the Blitz knockout has just taken place. And it was quite a quick round with the whole silent talks of venue and some decisive games. Most of the results have been an overwhelming favorite for the top teams, but they still have one more round to play. What will happen? Who knows? There is also an interesting format for when tie breaks occur, but we'll get to that later. For now, back to the studio.
Yes. It's a great atmosphere there in the playing hall. Charlize talking about the whole frantic nature of Blitz, like players banging the clock, you know, because that happens when you only have seconds left. And again, I'm just looking at the overall results. We've had most of them confirmed.
Okay.
And
any upsets there? I haven't.
I haven't seen too many upsets. All the big teams, such as Hexamind, Freedom, Kaz Chess, Uzbekistan, they are well on their way to progressing to the quarterfinals. They've won their first match, okay, but of course, let's say never say never, because we do have a second match. Colors reversed, teams can substitute in players. I love that twist. You don't know who you're going to be playing.
Well, let's see if they do actually have any subs in. In the meantime, I do have a game for us to look at.
Okay.
I don't know if we can cut to the graphics board. That would be quite nice. Oh no, we're not going to cut to the graphics
no,
board. We're going to see the results
No,
first.
this is really important, the results, and there we can see for the WR chess team, it was a victory. They won 5-1 against Malcolm's mates. Malcolm's mates now in a must-win situation if they want to tie the match and remain in the competition. It was also the same situation for Germany and France, as Germany and the friends are winning there with Vincent Keimer. Katowice also in a must-win situation. Moving down the brackets, we can see that also between MGD1. Okay, I'll wait for it to appear before I spoil the result for everyone. But MGD1 were playing Generation XYZA, and also a win for the World Team Rapid Champions.
Good. So, let me show you this game.
Okay.
So we were, just before the round started, we were joined here in the studio by Nigel Short, who is playing for the FIDE MB team, management board team. How long have I got?
I'm sorry, not much, because we're going to go straight to Charlize.
This is so funny.
Charlize, over to you.
I'm going to show this game. Well, we're not cutting yet. Listen.
We're waiting for Charlize to connect, and there she is.
Once again, live in the studio. It's a very different scene. Live in the playing hall, not the studio. Jovi and Daniel are in the studio. But it's a very different scene today in the playing hall, as we have far fewer teams, which feels a bit sad as we lost most of our participants. However, you can see that they are staying here in the hall, waiting for the next round to begin. So even if they lost the first one, second one is always a comeback. And they will keep playing until there is a winner. But there weren't any major problems. It's been relatively fine. You can see players kind of hanging out behind me in different teams as well. Well, next game will start soon. Now, back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. Live from the playing hall. Yeah, the second match is about to begin.
Is it? Have I missed my moment?
No, but I think you're okay, because as I see it, there's been no pairings. Okay, so the next one is going to be late. Okay, you have some time. You have 7 minutes.
I have 7 minutes. Oh,
yes.
Listen, then we can stroll through this game.
I am looking forward to a leisurely walk in the park with the Grandmasters.
Okay, so here we go. We've got Nigel Short playing white in this first game against Lei Quang Liem from Vietnam. He now lives in the States. Seriously strong grandmaster. So yeah, Nigel playing for the FIDE MB team, the FIDE management board team, and Lei playing for the Freedom team, which. Well, yeah, I would say they're actually one of the favourites. So Nigel playing white. And it's a Spanish. And bishop c5. I should say that, Nigel isn't playing that much these days. So Lei is clear favourite here. But it's very interesting to see what happens. And knight d4. So exchange of knights. And the bishop goes back. And d4 and c6. So that exchange of knights just kind of reduces some of the tension in the position. That's why black is doing it. And we have this very typical central formation where you always have to be careful. Do you hold this position as white, or do you push on, or do you exchange? And you've got to get the timing right, basically. But Nigel decides, okay, he wants an easy life. That's an old man's move, I would say. He wants to reduce the tension.
You want to simplify the position, right? And this is common kind of advice when you're playing against someone who's higher rated than you, or maybe sharper than you. Because if you're not a professional player, simplify the position, clarify it, make it easy.
I would say the opposite.
Would you?
I would say keep the tension, keep the pressure on your
You're
higher
playing
rated
someone
opponent.
young. No, well, Liam is
Okay.
young and sharp.
So
do you go there?
Nigel has reduced the tension.
Yes.
So he's looking to, at your strategy, keep things under control, fairly simple task, but watch what happens. Bishop e6. You see, I think this is a way to heap pressure on yourself. Bishop b3. Okay, the bishop was doing nothing on a4, so it just nudges back and exchanges for this good piece on e6. So far, I don't think we could criticize Nigel's moves.
No, I'm not going to criticize it at all. I mean, it's not the most ambitious approach. I'll take that. But then again, when you're playing in a competition, team competition especially, you don't want to be losing.
One thing I do like now is that black's king is in the middle. So Nigel might be exchanging these bishops, which I think is a good idea, but the king stands beautifully on e7, covering some really important squares, and I think is better placed than the king on g1. Yeah. Okay, so knight c4. Fine. Attacks the bishop and attacks e5. Knight f6. Okay, well, here's a crunch moment. So the question is, what would happen on knight e5? What would happen on knight b6? So Lei has given him a choice which way to go. I think knight b6, I mean, generally I would want to take a bishop, but that does open the a file, and I think that can be beneficial for black. What about, now Nigel didn't do this, but could this be an issue? There might be a little bit of pressure on f2. So Nigel decided instead to play rook e1. Very interesting, an exchange on c4. I'm guessing that Nigel might have not really considered this because, you know, giving up the two bishops looks a little bit strange.
And then coming in with your knight to g4. This is like typical aggressive style. And then, yeah, if you have to go backwards with your rook, you hand the d line.
This is very clever because suddenly there are potential threats here and bring the rook in. I wonder whether it would have been better. Is it possible to do this? And then after this rook move, is there some clever move like bishop g5 and bring it round here? Because the rook on e2 covers the second rank. Maybe that's the issue.
But and then kind of snake the way to g3. It's not necessarily pleasant, but...
No. So now watch what happens. Knight takes f2. I mean, this is actually beautiful. Watch this.
Rook takes knight.
Rook check. Now, of course, you don't take this too quickly because that would free white. So this pin is absolutely beautiful for black. Rook across.
And you can't untangle because if you try to go bishop to b2, well then the rook will just lift itself up to, okay, you can take first and then rook d2. And whoops.
It's a goner.
It is.
So the game went c4, king e8. Now, very tricky because with b3...
Wouldn't it have been better instead of, sorry,
go on.
Like my chess player brain is like looking for ideas. And isn't bishop to g5 a better resource?
Okay,
and then
after this,
and then rook takes rook. I know you throw in bishop.
After this,
bishop h4. I mean, you're really in a pickle. You just can't untangle. You just get hunted down with g5.
Oh, g5. Yeah. I mean, I think it's just really hard to get out of that. So basically, the game went. Whoops. Let me just come back. So it went king e8. And now bishop d4, attacking the rook. And rook here. This is all very cleverly done. So this bishop can't move because rook takes rook. g3, and now finally decided to take the rook. And I mean, what a beautiful finishing move. The bishops on their starting squares, and basically the rooks are going to pick up one of the bishops. I mean, it's a really elegant finish.
Absolutely.
Beautiful final position.
And it just goes to show the power of the bishop. The bishop on b6 was the real MVP in that one. And wow, That was a great start for Freedom. Liam Le with a very nice win against Nigel Short. Also, their team did very well, winning 6-0.
Wow.
So
Okay.
Sam Sevian, Liam Le, Alexis Sarana, Heik Martirosyan, Teodora Inyak, and 9-year-old Mani Sabatho. He
won.
scored an incredible 11 points out of 12
Yeah.
yesterday in the Blitz. And, you know, think about it. These players have already been playing maximum 25 games of chess.
It's really tough. I mean, we spoke a little bit about this yesterday. You know, I remember.
And
Oh, there he is, Mani Sabatho.
We were going to be following the fortunes of Freedom as they try to go through in the next round against FIDE MB team. So a win, a draw is good enough to get them through to the quarterfinals. And there we see the teams lined up. We see Sam Sevian, Alexei Sarana, and Teodora Inyak. And in the background, we see Liam Le. Team captain Emil Satovsky giving some words of advice to his teammates and little Mani Sabatho. I wonder how they found him. Like such a young child, and how they were on the recruit. It must be like for 1 year you're going to be eligible to play.
Yeah.
On this
his rating's going to bounce
yeah,
up.
exactly.
We can see Emil Sutovsky, FIDE executive, walking around in the background. So I think he might be coaching the team actually.
And yeah, we're waiting for the FIDE MB team to get themselves seated. And there we can see Mohamed
Almodyarki.
That's yeah, what he used to be known as, Ulmodaka. So apologies for mispronouncing that one. Yeah. And I mean, there's a strong grandmaster. I mean, Zhu Chen did tremendously well. She's former women's world champion. She's the treasurer of FIDE. She's playing on board 5. And Victor Bologan, strong grandmaster from Moldova. Nigel Short, as we all know, challenged for the world championship title back in 1993. And Andrew Hong.
So are we going to...
I think we're going to stick with this game, and
okay,
if
fantastic.
things get very exciting on the WR chess team, we are going to switch back there.
Yeah. Okay, let me just get this one. Let me just get that board up 1 second.
And I can see that they've kept the lineup the same, so no changes made. Why break a winning formula? And we're now in the second match of the round of 16.
Okay, it looks like Gioco Piano.
Okay.
Bishop c5, and is he going to play? Oh, he went for d3, not d4. d6, all pretty regular so far. This is the opening of the moment, the Gioco Piano. You know, it's taken over from the Spanish as the most popular e4, e5 opening actually.
Yep, but this is super trendy. You force black to be very aggressive, right? How are you going to break the pin? Are you going to be going g5 and after castles? This is where they often now they start thinking about going g5. And there we're seeing b4, g5, bishop 2, g3, and it gets super sharp because at times black is able to go h5, h4, start harassing the bishop.
I've always liked this strategy of playing the bishop round to g5 and provoking black into playing h6 and g5. There we go, we can see it here. So the bishop is being chased down. I mean, it makes the position really sharp because black has to think, do I castle kingside? Do I castle queenside? You know, both cases can be a little bit hazardous. The king on g8 would prefer to have the pawn on g7, and on the queen side, you know, the position can open very easily. So, yeah, but you're playing with fire as white because when the pawn advances to g5, of course, it could be that black gets some attack as well.
Yeah.
Very unclear.
It is very unpredictable. Perhaps a really good choice for the blitz. And there we're seeing castles, kingside. You see the white king go to h1 just to get out of the eyesight of this bishop on a7. So, you know, now you can go h3 with a good conscience.
But one thing is that normally when I've played this as white, this bishop g5 tempting the pawn move g5, I like to be able to get in knight f1 to e3 as quickly as possible. In this case, this knight is a long way from getting to e3. Now you can go via c4 to e3 to look at that crucial f5 square. So I think that's one of the reasons he's played bishop d5. Now it's not possible. Knight c4, and the bishop would be trapped by c6. But yeah, that's my only concern for Andrew Hong in this position, that this knight needs to get to e3. And then everything kind of works out. But in this case, I think I quite like Sevian's position, actually, with this knight flying in.
Exactly, the flight is flying into f4. You also can step up with your king to g7 just to cover some squares. And there we're seeing, well, b5 being played, white expanding on the queen side. Well, at least there's an open line.
Yep.
Something for the white rooks to chew on. But the main action is going to be happening on the king side.
Our graphics board hasn't quite caught up with it, but yeah, as Yesipenko was just saying, b5 has taken place. There we are, we're back up to speed. And yes, as you just said, there is the open b file that could provide counterplay, but yeah, don't know, well, it's just very, very double-edged. The knight looking at that pawn. So Andrew Hong is finding some play here.
Yes. I mean, knight b3 is setting up d3, d4, locking out this bishop on a7, just upping the tension in the position. Also, you know, I have to say, black has gone no holds barred. So, if for some reason this fizzles out into an endgame, that pawn on a5 is going to be weak. And there we're seeing knight to b7. So, what is black planning? Does he want to challenge in the center himself, or just simply connect the rooks? Okay, there we see d4. It is tension on the board, and now you have to prepare for the opening of the center. You have to be there. He takes. This is unexpected.
Well, that's brave, because once the center opens, then, you know, I would fear a little bit for black's king. It opens, and yeah, that knight is looking at some really key squares in the position.
Okay, now
that's why it's been eliminated.
Exactly. I mean, because it was heading straight to c6 or f5, and there you go, it's gone.
But black gives up that crucial, that really important dark squared bishop. So I think Andrew Hong has really done very well over the last few moves.
Yeah. Like, I'm immediately looking at the queen flying into the center, recapturing that bishop. But he takes with the pawn.
Okay.
So he's worked out that it's fine to allow the pawn to drop on e4, because I guess you can just start attack. But you can start attacking the knight and try to pick up the d6 pawn. You can also just work your magic on the light squares.
So you think queen takes pawn, maybe just rook b1? Well, we're going to find out. He's played rook a3, very interesting. So it does cover the f3 knight, and perhaps he can switch to the e file.
I was thinking rook b1, get those tempo moves in.
Okay.
But rook a3, okay, well, black now has to tread very, very carefully, because the light squares are crippled. And talking about clock times, both players now under the minute.
Yeah, best move for black in this position would be to put the pawn back on g7. Technically cheating, but sometimes...
Sometimes it's the best move. Okay, but knight to f4 coming in.
Well, you know, not backing down and just increasing the pressure on g2 and f3 as well. So the rook hits the queen. Queen f5, queen g6. He's played queen f5.
Yeah, okay, it comes back. And now, as white, you want to go forward. You want to get that compensation for your pieces. So I'm just looking at the rooks doubling. Maybe make sure that there's no nasties happening on G2 with F3 being vulnerable. So yep, H3, the pushback has started and now it's decision time. What are you going to do? Keep the pin? Okay, that's exactly what happens. And there we are focusing on the players because take a look at the time.
Threat here now G4, forking queen and bishop. So yes, Sevian had to react. I'm amazed that this bishop on H2 has somehow led a charmed life and has survived for so many moves, but it could be an important piece.
And there we see the lining up of the rooks. Again, black has to play very precisely here. White is coming in, rook e7, this bishop on h2. Be aware, it is sleeping, rook e7 in the air.
I like the way he's played it. You know, he's turned things around, but Sevian not backing down. The queen has come down to c2, attacking the bishop and
No time on
attacking
the
f2.
clock. Take a look. The players are just playing with less than 10 seconds on the clock, and now we can see
Nice move.
15
Hitting
seconds.
the knight and putting pressure on f7.
But
d5 shuts out the bishop from f7. Good move from Sevian.
Now,
And this knight, which was looking miserable on b7, now finds an excellent square on d6. Oh, wow, Sevian has...
he's untangling, isn't he?
Yeah.
We're doing with seconds on the clock, but it is
Beautiful
official
knight.
now. He takes a pawn. Well, it is all going to be all about the A pawn. The H6 pawn is irrelevant for the time being. I mean, look at how he's established the pawns on C6, D5, locking out the light square bishop. Now the pawn comes a running.
Still very unclear.
It's going forward. Andrew Hong just blocking it desperately. Knight to C3. Yes, break down that blockade.
He's had to give up the bishop. What's happening at the other end of the board? Our graphics board can't keep up with the pace.
And the players just frantically making some moves. And this is dangerous. Look at how many pieces are surrounding the black king. Sam has to be
Can he
very
take
careful.
the bishop? No, he's come all the way back. That's a safety first move. Wow. And incredible. That H-pawn is still on the board, but he's got no time.
5,
Hong has
4.
no time.
He throws in a check. And now he's going to attack that
Push.
knight. Push.
Now, the knight comes back and blocks rook g7.
Oh, wow.
Oh, rook h6 check. Brilliant move. That'll somehow help black
Okay, then the panic is there.
to stop the H-pawn going down the board.
And he's setting... Can he just go rook to g8?
He could have done. Now he's untangling. Sevian finds a way out. He's taken the H-pawn, and now I think he should win this.
Yep. Yeah, there's no way for the second rook to come in and menace the king.
Unbelievable how he's taken back control
And the
over this one.
speed with which Sam Sevian is playing, trading rooks,
Brilliant.
absolutely fantastic.
So now he is 2 pieces up. And
the rook is on prise, everything is protected, and shake of the head.
And rook takes knight, mate threatened.
And
yeah. Brilliant, brilliant performance from Sam Sevian. He was under incredible pressure there, but turned it around absolutely brilliantly.
absolutely fantastic stuff. And there we see a shake of the head as Andrew Hong loses his second game in a row against Sam Sevian. Wow. So maybe we can have a look at any other games that are remaining.
I have to say, you know, as I mentioned before, that the mark of really, really good blitz players is their ability to come back from a worse position. You know, they just don't give up. They find a way to create tricks. And that's what we saw there.
Yep, absolutely.
I see that Zhu Chen won for the FIDE MB team. So I don't know if we can have let me just have a quick look at that one. I mean, Nigel mentioned her actually, saying that she'd, you know, former women's world champion actually. And although she doesn't play that much anymore, and he said, well, she's remembered again how to play chess, and actually has had some very good results.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we can get the graphics board up and have a quick look at how she defeated. No, we're not going to do that. She defeated Teodora Ignatz, who's playing very well at the moment. Please, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, and well, as you saw, a lot of excitement there in the playing hall. So we're soon going to go to Charlize, and then Danny, I'm going to allow you to analyze.
Thank you.
But and also just having a look at the pairings and the results. And once again, okay, just to give you a spoiler, it looks like the favorites are going through to the quarterfinals. And this is the brutal thing about a single elimination knockout. You lose, you go home. You're eliminated from the competition. So we're going to be saying goodbye to some fantastic teams. And there we see Sam Sevian and Andrew Hong analyzing. And it's great to see that, you know, the chess players are analyzing, even the Blitz games. Because normally you're not meant to analyze that. You're meant to just kind of shake the nerves, shake the emotion, and just move on.
Some players like to, finish the game and then suddenly they get up from the board and there's not a lot going on. But anyway.
Okay, we're going to go straight to Charlize, who's live from the playing hall.
The first round of the knockout is just finishing off. Well, it just finished. We saw a big group of people around the Barry's and Uzbekistan team. But this means that 8 of our teams are going home and 8 are staying. It's always sad to watch teams go, but now it gets more exciting because the stronger pairings stay together. As you can see, players are still behind me waiting in the hall to hear who their next matchup will be. They knew who they were coming into today, but they don't know the next round. And well, we'll have top teams. We have WRChess, Freedom, really all your fan favorites. So there's a little break, and then we'll have the next round until it's 4 and 2, and then only one winner. Stay tuned.
Yes, and then there were 8. Absolutely.
No tie breaks.
No tie breaks.
Okay, give me the scores on the doors.
Well, okay, I will bring you the results hopefully very shortly.
Good.
As soon as I have them, I will be there showing them on the screen. But Danny, I will give the floor to you, and you can share with us some of the games that caught your attention.
Or
one game.
One game. Okay. I've only had a chance to look through very, very quickly. There are still dozens of games played.
Oh, hang on a second.
Go on.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. Okay. There is going to be a tie break.
Oh.
There is going to be a tie break. I didn't scroll down far enough.
Okay.
There is going to be a tie break between Kaz Chess and the rookies.
Okay.
Wow.
Good stuff. I'm glad you told me. Do I get to show the game beforehand?
Yes, because we're going to...
Thank you.
But you'll have to be quick. But this is incredible because the rookies, very young team. Shreyas Royal. We also have the youngest international master ever, 10 years old. He's playing in the team. And we also have Reed Samadov, who we saw very good, very young.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is absolutely sensational. We're seeing our first tiebreak. I'm excited.
Good stuff.
So, tiebreak rules, just to give you a quick reminder. Sorry, Danny, I'm like...
Yeah, whatever.
I will let you... the team will play one blitz match. And whoever wins that one goes through to the next round.
Yeah.
Okay. The floor is yours, Danny.
The floor is mine, finally. I love the way you say we're going to go directly to Charlize and then we bounce somewhere else. That's the way things are.
It's live television, Danny.
Exactly. No, I should mention to our viewers that basically we've got stuff coming in our ears and we're reacting to stuff going on the board. So it can sometimes get a little bit complicated, but hopefully... Oh, the graphics board had disappeared now. Hopefully, I can play through this game. Oh, we're back again. Yes! Right, so Zhu Chen, playing for the FIDE MB team. That's the FIDE management board. And she's playing Teodora Ignatz. So, an English, fairly regular so far. And, yeah. No great engagement between the two forces. H5, that's quite a brazen move. It is a brazen move, yes. I got a snort there from Jonathan Spielman in the audience who liked my term. Thank you. so far, I mean, not a great amount of engagement between the two forces. Frankly, this H-pawn, it's not doing a great deal because black's pieces can't really connect very much. With the king side, yeah, knight's quite nice on g6. But bishop g5 is a good move. f4, right. This might well exploit the fact that the h-pawn is maybe just, yeah, a little bit too far advanced. But there's quite a nice tactic coming up any moment. I'm going to test you, Ivanka. Okay. I know you're typing away like mad, but I'm going to test you any moment. Just got to keep your attention.
No. No, I was tracking the results. I was
Good.
paying
No,
attention.
we do need that. We do need that.
I was tracking the results because, okay, I'm just trying to figure out who's going to go into a tie break and who's not.
No, just keep you up to date here.
Okay.
26 moves, and I would say that Zhu Chen is taking control because white has a nice pawn center here. So has just a little bit more space. And that knight looks pretty good on d5. But b5 strikes back, and yeah, black does have play on the a file. And the rook zip back. And the knight comes into d5.
Wow, looks nice.
Okay, I mean, I love the bishop on b2.
I love this bishop on b2. We saw that in the game between Nigel Short and Andrew Hong, Liam Le.
Yeah.
And how powerful this bishop on b6, that was uncontested, and here we've got the same situation.
Now we're coming up to that crucial moment in the game. Ivanka, I'm going to put you on the spot.
You're going to put me on the spot.
I'm going to put you on the spot. It is white to play, and what happened next. So this is why I picked out this game, because I thought this was a very instructive moment, actually.
Okay, well, we have an audience here.
We do have an audience
So
here, actually.
I'm going to buy myself some time.
That's nice, great tactic. Love what you did there. So white to play. White, Zhu Chen came out with a nice move in this position. We've stunned them into silence. So I'm going to play the move, which is e5. In fact, the computer doesn't think much of the move e5, but I liked it. For a blitz game, I would say that's a pretty good move because it suddenly opens up this diagonal.
The white square move rather than black square move.
It looks quite good to me. And this is what happened. And after this one, there was a collapse, basically.
Wow.
I think Queen S7 could have been played a couple of moves ago. But anyway, it all clattered in the end. And yeah, black resigned or lost on time or something terrible
it does
happened.
look like black resigned in this one because the rook is lifting up to f5. You've also got knight f6,
Knight F6
as
check,
well
yeah.
as a demolition job. The knight is hanging as well, so yeah, no one is going to be surviving
Anyway,
that one.
it's that move e5 that I quite like. But apparently, the computer isn't that impressed by e5. So I'm not exactly sure. I mean, this is clear and present danger. Good enough for a blitz game. Oh, maybe. No, I was going to say, Queen d7. No, Queen d7 allows knight b6. I mean, this is really tricky. I mean, you know, we're sitting here, and don't have the pressure of the clock. But you know, I can't find a decent move for black here.
Absolutely. No, it's a great resource. You're threatening knight to f6, as you mentioned. And, yeah, you are threatening to unleash the bishop on b2 by taking the pawn. And as we saw, you know, the knight was a valuable blockader with the potential to go to e5, and that's been taken away. So, okay, I'm just awaiting, like, confirmation as to how many tie breaks we have, Danny.
Okay.
I was a little bit unclear at the minute, so...
Right.
But we are going to be seeing tie breaks.
Am I going to find another game? Let me find another game to confuse
I also
everyone.
just wanted to mention that on YouTube,
yes,
we do have the possibility to follow the games of the teams that you like live, but with no commentary. So if you
that's a blessing for a lot of people. Well, that's great. So if you're interested,
exactly, because it's impossible for us to keep abreast of all of the games that are being played. So if you want to fancy following your favorite players, then you can do that just to watch how they're playing live on YouTube. So give it a follow on FIDE Chess YouTube.
Okay, so I'm going to pick at random, I haven't played through this, the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Well, you know, Erigaisi on fantastic form at the moment, number 4 on the live rating list, number 4 in the world, and he's playing Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, who's, well known as a bit of a beast of blitz. So let's just have a quick look, see how this one went. Mamedyarov playing white, and okay, it's like a reversed queen's pawn opening. Pretty standard so far. Erigaisi loves to attack, so no surprise that he's playing with the isolated queen's pawn. Wow, bishop a6. So it's all kicking off. So obviously pawn takes bishop allows rook takes knight, but it's a blitz game. Erigaisi just carries on with knight e4. The knight dropped back, but that's a beautiful knight on the outpost. So Erigaisi certainly has compensation, and that's a nice pin. So Shah brings the bishop back to e2 to break the pin. Okay, the bishop comes to c5. Maybe he's angling to play bishop b5, considering bishop b4, considering that the rook is a little bit stuck on e1. And Erigaisi doesn't want to exchange bishops. Bishop b5. Shah is a pawn up, and a little bit of pressure here. Well, at this moment, I would be thinking that Shah has it under control. Queen takes d5. Okay, he's now 2 pawns up. How did Erigaisi turn this one around? Oh, there's something happening here. Okay, it's all kicking off here. At this moment, I have to kind of stop and think. So queen back, I guess knight e4 traps the queen, as far as I can see. So that's why knight f5 was played. And if bishop takes queen, knight takes queen, check. Okay, so queen f8. Bishop g7. Wow. It looks, first glance, very, very good for white.
It's the best, right?
So it looks to me, so hang on, what's going on here? Let me count the pieces. And
you're up 2 pawns. But one of them...
3 pawns.
3 pawns.
3 pawns,
Counting is difficult at times.
Counting is difficult. But that's a knight fork.
Oh dear.
The computer apparently doesn't like that move. What looks better? I wonder, is that... I think you can play a check. Nope, you can't play a check. I was wanting to move the king and then play bishop d4 check, but no, the computer doesn't like that one.
And Danny,
yes.
And everyone, okay, so I have news.
Yes,
okay.
Good.
There will be 2 tie breaks.
2 tie breaks?
2 tie breaks.
Wow.
Between Theme International Trading, team from Singapore, Ashdod Elite Chess Club, and Kaz Chess against the rookies. And we are going to be following Kaz Chess against the rookies, because the rookies are an incredible team of young talent. Kaz Chess, as we know, it's spearheaded by Alexander Grischuk. And there we can see, here are the results. So here are the pairings, and there you can see that most of the teams did go through comfortably, but we do have 2 tie breaks to find out the remaining 2 qualifiers to the quarterfinals. So get ready, folks. It's going to get exciting. Now, the rules
when are we
of the
kicking off? Sorry,
we're going to be kicking off in 2 minutes. So
2 minutes,
maybe we can bring up the rules of the tiebreak one more time, because it's very important to know that everything is now dependent on 1 blitz match. The teams will be playing 1 blitz match. The teams can substitute in players. It can be a different lineup. And if things are still drawn, then it's going to be determined by another team blitz match. Same kind of controls
Okay.
there. We can hopefully see it. And then if it's still drawn, I mean, this is really unlikely. If it goes to the third blitz match, and if that is still a draw, then this is where it gets spicy, because it's a sudden death game between a pair of players. Now, the pair of players will be allocated at random. So that means that they will pick out board 2 or board 6 or whatever. That's drawn by lottery. And then that player and the opposing team player of the same board will have to face off against each other.
But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Exactly.
First of all,
It's
we
very,
have
very
one
unlikely.
blitz match. Yeah.
Exactly. And now it's going to be all down to one blitz match between the teams.
Yeah. I don't know if we've got time to go back to this completely crazy game that I was looking at. But so you say we're starting off in 2 minutes.
1 minute now.
1 minute. Okay. I'll try and understand this game in the meantime.
Okay, no, the players are ready. There we see Alexander Grischuk, Richard Rapport. They are ready to take their teams to the quarterfinals. But, okay, first up, it is this game. They have to win this match. And there we're seeing rookies.
So we have
They rise to the challenge.
Alexander Grischuk playing with white, and he's playing Rayad Samadov from Azerbaijan.
As I can see, I don't think there's been any substitutes. We have Richard Rapport on board 2 for Kazchaz, facing off against Sapenov, Daniel. And then Andrei Esipenko, who was a hero for the team yesterday. He is playing a 10-year-old. I am Roman Shokhtyev.
So we've got a kind of close Sicilian, and now it's opened up again, but it's unusual because Grischuk has checked on b5 and exchanged off the light square bishops. But this is kind of a trendy way of playing this position, bringing the queen out early.
Yep, and now we're seeing the white king get to safety. And
Knight d5, that's the move. You plonk the knight on this outpost and bishop g5, and you're basically trying to target that pawn on e7. So a white rook is going to come to e1. It's funny, this has become quite a popular system in online games. Yeah, we can see this knight on d5, so it means, well, interesting. Samadov has retreated the knight. Rook d1, well, already, you know, I would be very, very comfortable with white's position. Lovely line up behind the outpost on d5. Just coming back a couple of moves, the idea with this knight d5 is to get the exchange and then get pressure on the e7 pawn, the classic strategy. But Samadov has retreated the knight.
And this is very much in the realms of theory. I'm saying that it's a big idea in this position to chase away that knight, drive it back to e3, and then just also ask questions to the bishop there on g5. So that's what we're expecting from black. But there's a choice for Grischuk. Does he go into the realms of theory with knight to e3? Does he try to mix it up? Yeah, okay, he goes back.
Well, it's a bit of a question. Can black be very, very greedy and take the pawn, not in blitz?
Okay,
f5.
and there we see a new move, f5 from black. That's direct, shall we say?
Yeah, I mean, raises the stakes because in the long term, black's king can be a little bit weak.
And it definitely, but you get extra center, oops.
But yeah, I mean, I do love white's pieces in the middle of the board. You know, it can become very, very tactical when there's pressure on these pawns and there are pins down here. And I think to negotiate this in a blitz game is very, very difficult for black, actually. So I think simply from a practical point of view, I would prefer white here. But let's see.
But this is the problem with this beautiful pawn formation that black has in the middle. You step forward with a pawn, you give up a square. And so you have to be very, very cagey here. You have to coordinate your pieces, drive back this bishop from g5, and then just start finding a way to kind of like a spider untangle yourself.
Queen f7 I like because it steps out of any potential pin on the d file and can sometimes switch to g6, potentially h5 as well. So good move from Samadov.
Another question for White is, how are you going to play? Because no player just likes to sit and wait. So what to do next? How do you make progress? Okay, so that's why we're seeing the knight targeting the pawn, but I'm expecting still that bishop on g5 to be chased down.
e5.
E5.
Okay, so
Okay.
once the pawn structure crystallizes like this, then it's perhaps a little bit easier for White to, find squares. The d5 square has been a bit weakened, but of course, direct threat of e4 to deal with. So, I mean, one could just blockade with queen d5. That's one option.
He
Yeah,
comes
he's
in.
played it.
It's the move that's now possible, but I'm wondering, can you just capture the queen? And as black, you really want to start marching those pawns forward. So I'm just thinking like moving the knight over to b4, sorry, at the right time. Just push, push, push as far as you can go. Liberate the bishop on g7.
Yeah, but I tell you what, it's tricky to get it in the right order, and
Yeah.
I would. It's interesting. I can see the computer evaluation is slightly better for black.
Yeah.
I would take White here.
Well,
I like White's pieces.
White's pieces are very nice.
In
So
a
that's
blitz
why
game.
I'm thinking that you have to really respond right now. And there we see h6 first. Okay, bishop comes back. Now, this is the thing. Queen takes queen. Now jump in with the knight to b4 and start motoring.
Okay, you've got to watch out for stuff like rook b5, potentially.
Okay, well, he's already just come in with the knight. And he's got this idea in mind, but was this the right execution?
Okay, you see that knight on h4 looks like it has great potential, actually. Let's see.
Okay, and now two pawns are under fire, but I'm expecting...
Yep.
How are you going to defend? You don't want to go c3 because it allows the knight to jump into d3, and that's a big square. So rook e2, keep the pawn structure intact. The pawn on a2, it's irrelevant for the time being because it's all about d6.
But you see, there are these gaps here, and in particular f4. So I'm still favouring White in this position because this knight could potentially hop in here. I would like to play the bishop to f4. I like White, basically.
Yeah, both players now less than a minute, and Samadov got less than 30 seconds on the clock, and he grabs that pawn on a2.
Very brave move, because that knight could be trapped, with bishop d2, but, well, a5 might be... I mean, who knows?
Well,
this is so complicated.
It's a good randomizer move,
Yep.
at least. So bishop d2 is what we're expecting, and c3. Okay, now do you just take that bishop? And that's exactly what has been played. And there we'll focus on the players as time starts to narrow down. And there we're seeing the actual stress on the players' faces.
Well, okay, things have improved for black, because Samadov is now a pawn up. I mean, there are still these very nice central squares for White, but, I mean, looks quite nice for black now. Okay, excellent strategy. Advancing these pawns and potentially can create a weakness here or open up the bishop's diagonal. Really like that. Samadov now down to under 10 seconds. Grischuk around about 15.
Yep, and we're seeing the rook come forward, and the knight on d5 really has cemented itself. It prevents black's pawns from advancing. Yeah, all Grischuk needs to do is shuffle his pieces for a little bit, build up some time on the clock.
Such a difficult position.
Excellent move there, trading off the knights.
Okay, so
a3, destabilize the queen side.
Grischuk has his pawn back. Even pawns, my goodness, it's just burnt out here. There's still a passed b pawn for black. White's rook's looking good.
Is he going to throw in a check? Yes, he is. And where's the white king hiding? It's in the corner. And rook behind the pawn.
Knight f5, beautiful square for the knight. I mean, it's still very balanced because actually Grischuk potentially has chances to attack on the king side with that wonderful knight.
And the player's just playing on instinct here. Uncertainty, defending the knight.
Yeah, he first was going to play g4, but that would expose his own king. So I think Grischuk has made a very practical decision there.
And there's the hesitation from the players as they have no time on the clock. Rook a2. This is just a scramble. Oh, that's a dangerous check.
I'm guessing, oh no, Grischuk playing on
Careful
knight
with the
f4. Very nice. So it's anchored on f4.
And threatening knight takes bishop and then lining up on the 6th row. Is he going to take? He takes the pawn.
Okay, now Grischuk has serious winning chances.
And there we can see on board 2 that it was a draw.
Oh, but black taking on h2.
What is happening? Whose king is in more danger? Oh.
It's not mate in the back rank, not yet.
But there is definitely threats of checkmate. The king is coming forward.
Okay, this
Where
is
to put the rook?
very hard to defend. Grischuk going in with the king and the second rook coming over. Piece is flying now. Is the rook gone? No.
The king is just doing an escape job, running around. And now
Is this a win?
he's threatening it. Oh, and you can
Oh,
see
beautiful.
the animation.
He's now got rook h7,
h7.
mate, unstoppable. Wow. In the end, Samadov's king did fall to an attack, but wow, look at that king coming to h6. Absolutely brilliant from Grischuk. Superb. Now, we can see Abdusattorov and...
Yeah, there we see some emotions from the players as they finish their game. And, well, now we have 8. As 2 of these matches have
me the
been
results,
decisive.
Ivanka. Give me the results.
Okay, it was a victory for Ashdod Elite Chess Club.
Yep.
As they won 5-1 against Theme International Trading, and also a victory for Kaz Chess, winning 4.5 to 1.5, or no, 5.5 half against the rookies. The rookies put up big battle. But in the end, I guess it was all to do with the superstars, just holding it tight and holding their nerve.
Now, am I going to pick a game at random? Let me see. I wonder how... that one doesn't look too good, too interesting. I'm trying to find something short and sweet here. That would be good before I get interrupted.
Sorry about that.
No, not by, listen. Excuse me, I wasn't casting aspersions or anything. Not interrupted by you, because events
Exactly.
take over. We get results, we get interviews, all kinds of things going on. No, I wasn't having a go. Let me see. I'm just flicking down to say, oh, that looks like fun.
Okay. It
And
certainly does look like fun. Yeah.
And Andrei Yesipenko playing white against Roman Shogiev.
10-year-old international master, youngest international master in the world.
Roman
From Elista.
Shogiev.
Yes.
Shogiev.
That's correct. Yeah.
Right. Okay, well, let's have a look. So Yesipenko playing white in this game. And a Slav exchange variation. Okay, it looks normal so far. G4, yeah, in this variation, it's kind of legitimate to gain some space with G4. And the king coming up, yeah, why not? It's actually protected reasonably well behind these pawns. And the good old H-pawn. G5, okay, so the position closes in the middle. And it's very tense with all the pieces on the board. Some tight maneuvering. I wanted to get to... I only saw the final position, which looked completely chaotic and wild. Mm-hmm. So I'm just zipping through until things start to happen.
Absolutely.
things are starting to happen.
Exactly.
G6.
Let's show this explosive sequence. So
Okay,
G6.
so that opens things up to some extent on the king side.
Wow. And then you can just see that everything went crazy.
It did. King is actually beautifully placed on G3,
Yeah.
just holding the knight on F4. And yeah, white's knight's absolutely beautiful. And that opens up the diagonal for the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the queen was on B8, the king had to step back. But wow, Shogiev fighting back. The knight flies in. There's a pin here.
Still some complications, and now here comes
Gives
the
up the
fun.
exchange, but that looks like a big achievement for white, just to get rid of some wood. And white's pieces look absolutely wonderful. Ah,
Beautiful.
that looks like fun. So basically, after this didn't happen, but after this, king here, and that looks like checkmate to me.
Absolutely stunning. So is this how the game finished?
The game finished like this. And like that.
And then queen to A8.
So it all drew to a very nice conclusion.
Absolutely. Yesipenko in fantastic form. Well, after the drama of the first round, let's take a look at the results. And then we're going to give everyone an opportunity to refuel, get those drinks ready, because it's going to be quarterfinal time. So there you go. Here are the quarterfinals. It's W chess team against Germany and France, and then Team MGD1, the new FIDE World Rapid Team champions. They take on the might that is Hexamind chess team. Incidentally, the only team to beat Team MGD1 in the Rapids. Freedom play Kaz Chess, and Uzbekistan play Ashdod Elite Chess Club. And on that note, everyone, now we're going to take a pause.
How
We're going to
long?
go on a break.
How long? How long do we get?
Get yourselves ready, because it is quarterfinals time. So see you in a few minutes.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game is afoot. Can't make it to London? Experience every move live and watch the story unfold on FIDE's YouTube channel with expert commentary by Daniel King and Jovanka Huska.
This summer, your next big move is waiting. The World School Chess Championship from August 2nd to 7th, Washington, D.C. Battle it out on the board and make new friends off it. Play hard, laugh louder, explore, connect, compete. 50+ countries, one amazing experience. First time in USA. Incredible journey. Are you ready to make your move? Register your team now.
we have reached the quarterfinals of the Blitz playoffs. 8 teams have gone through. After the previous round, we actually had the 2 playoffs games, but they were only, it was a 1-rounder as the result of 5-1, 5.5-half, which is somewhat disappointing to me because I want to see an Armageddon. I don't know about you at home, but it is quite an exciting format. In any case, the top 8 teams will be playing off against each other now. 2 rounds. The teams stayed in the hall, huddled. Some of them were even like having some pep talks before the games. Let's hope to kind of sneak in a conversation like that one of these rounds. But for now, let's enjoy this round. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. And yeah, we are back and it's quarterfinal time, Danny. I can feel the excitement in the room because we have a nice audience with us.
These are the heavyweights.
Exactly.
I mean, they really are. I mean, you know, in a lot of these matches, I think actually it's really too close to call exactly what's going on here. So it's going to be really interesting.
And here we are going to be following the fortunes of MGD1 against Hexamind. And we see on our screens Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi. Both of these players put in powerful performances yesterday at the pool stage. But now it's going to come to this.
Okay, pretty orthodox start with an English. And Erigaisi has... I'm just getting the position on the board.
Yeah, we're just going to get the position and so that we can have a live board up with us. But there we see some natural development from the players. Well, Erigaisi just taking control over the b5 square, making sure that his queen is not going to get chased away by an untimely knight to b5. And so there we see the players quickly developing. Levon doing what every good player should do, get their king to safety.
There we go. So we can see that Erigaisi has planted the pawn in the middle of the board. So it's pretty regular, and Levon doing the same. So Black has kind of a choice whether to advance the c-pawn to attack here or whether to just play the knight to the outpost on e4.
Yeah. And we're seeing also the queen line up against the rook, but this doesn't seem to faze Erigaisi whatsoever. He's not been surprised once, as we see him almost bash out the moves instantly. Do remember the players start with 3 minutes on the clock and get a 2-second time bonus per move. And this is the first match of the quarterfinals. So Levon Aronian will be looking to put pressure.
So Team MGD1, of course, won the World Rapid Team Championship, played just a couple of days ago. So can they do the double? But they're playing Hexamind, who have a seriously strong team. We're seeing Levon Aronian here. There's Anish Giri, Vidit, Dominguez, Divya Deshmukh. So I think it's a very open match. Now, he has gone c5, so he's got these so-called hanging pawns. And very often, it's this pawn break which Black wants to achieve to open up these lines. Now, the queen has dropped back out of the rook's line on the d file, so just avoiding tricks. But yeah, this is the move that Black so often wants to achieve in this kind of position.
Yeah, absolutely. And because instinctively I am a chicken, I would be moving that bishop away from e2 and putting it on f1. But you have to look at d4 in those kind of
exactly.
cases.
The problem is that if the bishop moves, then those kingside pawns can be split with an exchange there. So this is the move that's in the air. And Levon is guarding against this d4 break by playing the rook to d2, making sure that bishop is protected.
Yeah, and he's also perhaps planning to line up the rooks on the D line or even the C line. He's being flexible, right?
Yeah,
and
but those pawns at the moment, I mean, they're pretty well protected. But yeah, a very, very balanced position.
And we're seeing Arjun just reinforce the center. No, I'm really predicting knight a4. Knight a4, rook c2. Because I was actually just thinking you double up on the D line, but oh no, okay, he goes with doubling up on the D line.
The problem is when the knight goes to a4, then it's going to invite the knight into e4. And at the moment, that can be exchanged off. So knight f8, that wants to bounce around to e6, and that can often lend support to d4 and the knight coming into f4. So I like this maneuver very much, actually.
I love that maneuver because it's so dangerous to get a black knight on f4. And it really sets up even d4 as a pawn sacrifice as well. So there we're seeing the knight come to put pressure on c5,
Well,
but okay.
Like I said, I'm a little bit surprised because it does invite black's knight into e4 to attack the rook.
Well, he's been given the opportunity to do so, so there he does it. Which also begs the question that maybe his whole plan of doubling on the d-line was misguided.
I mean, there's so much shuffling and maneuvering in these kind of positions. It's really, really hard to say. And yep, the knight coming to e6. I wonder if we're going to see white's queen pop out to e5 just as a bit of provocation. See if we can sort of tempt that pawn forward. Ooh, knight b6. Forgot about that one. Where did that one come from? Left field.
Well, indeed it did. So we're expecting the rook to either chase it away. Okay, rook he's setting up d4. He is setting up some kind of discovered attacks.
Yeah, I think that knight's going to have to pop out again, actually.
Yeah, I think so too, because you can see situations where there's like d4 in the air. Okay, queen to e5.
Not backing down. Not backing down.
Rising to the challenge. And now, wow, the queen finds herself on the edge of the board. What a beautiful triangle she just made there. I'm just thinking.
Okay, is it going to be shut out or is it going to be playing a vital role somewhere along this diagonal? It's very hard to say, but really interesting to see that Levon is comfortable with this knight on b6.
So
certainly, you know, it's an unusual position. It makes life difficult for Erigaisi because you can't just play standard moves here.
he's reaching for the queen and he tucks it on f8. I thought that I was expecting for some reason queen to d6.
Yeah. Well, it's all, and the knight, now it backs down, gets out of any danger on b6. I mean, this is a very tight position, and both players under a minute now. But Erigaisi, you know, he loves to attack, and it's as though, you know, he can't quite get that big blow in to start something against White's king, and that seems to account maybe for his hesitation.
Right. And the thing that worries me about this position for black especially is that the plan, I was going to say, is just simply to target c5.
And he's got in d4. He's got that break in d4. So the bishop now flies down the diagonal. So how serious is this? Levon puts the rook back on c1, connecting with the other rook. So it is possible to weaken the pawn here. He's done it. So that pawn on e3 is a little bit weak. That's why the queen came back to target this. But White's queen has come over to defend the pawn.
Oh, okay, but he's put his knight on c7. It's loose.
But it's going to, I think he wants to bounce around to d5.
Now you can start making funny moves such as knight to d4.
He's gone knight h4. Be careful. Be careful. Knight f5, check. Threatened, forking king and queen. So it's the king going back. No, bishop e4 to cover.
Yep.
And bishop f3. I think Levon's got it under control, actually. For a moment, with this weak pawn, it didn't look so great. But these pieces actually look quite nice.
Yep. And also, well, Levon has a weakness on e3, but so does black on c5. So at the minute, they balance each other out. And now big threat, queen takes pawn on the board. So Levon has to be careful.
Oh, interesting. He could have taken with check.
So let's just focus in on the players, especially as the clock starts ticking down. As you can see on the screens, 10 seconds for Levon. And are they going to repeat moves? You can't really capture the pawn on e3. Where is the knight going to go? Here comes a check. Pieces are falling off the board.
So at the moment, Erigaisi has a pawn advantage, but actually it's pretty irrelevant because black's pawns are a bit of a mess. Now we've got an endgame. Erigaisi moving the rook up to attack the bishop.
And Levon making sure that no pawns are going to get traded on the queen side just yet.
I think white is better
Careful,
here.
there is a rook coming down.
I think the rook and bishop could potentially be stronger than the rook and knight, but that's a good move.
The rook doesn't
Knight
have any
D6.
squares. You can go a3, trap the rook.
Oh, we're going to see lots of pawns hoovered off the board. Erigaisi is one pawn up, but that white rook can take on h7. I think we're heading for a draw, but Erigaisi, 10 seconds left.
And a3 coming down. Okay, the rook gets behind it.
So I think Erigaisi will want to push that c-pawn. He is a bit better.
Oh, he's got a mobile c-pawn, whereas white's kingside pawns are just stagnant. They cannot be advanced just yet. And the a-pawn has fallen off.
Oops, pieces flying. Now, Levon needs to create counterplay with the h-pawn. Is it too slow? That's why his king is coming back. C-pawn advances. The king must come over to stop the c-pawn.
Absolutely must be stopped. And now it...
a2 wins. It's a winning... Oh, no, he's just in time, just in time.
And he takes it.
And a draw.
Ooh.
The king was just in time. It could come back to cover with on b2. Incredible. And now we've got Giri against Harikrishna. And very tight again. Giri trying to defend. He's 2 pawns down. How does white make progress?
This is the issue. Every time you try to approach with the king, it gets checked to a bad square. And now the black king cannot advance.
I think the problem is that the king has gone back. I mean, Harikrishna needs to find a way to bring his king in to support the pawn on h7, slowly advancing the g-pawn.
And just note that it's not possible for black to win the h-pawn because that would be a winning king and pawn endgame. And there we're seeing 5 seconds, some hesitation there from Anish.
Harikrishna making a little bit of progress. He's advanced the pawn 1 square, and now he can exchange rooks. And he could have exchanged rooks, and that would have been a winning king and pawn endgame.
So
incredible.
Now we're seeing it, and now
it's
and the players agree a draw as the black king has opposition. It was really important actually that you could only exchange rooks because the white pawn had stepped up a square to g3.
That was incredible. Harikrishna could have exchanged rooks and that would have been a win, but yeah, it was just too late. Whew.
Yeah.
That was mad.
Absolute madness there.
What's happening in the results of the matches?
Okay, so
who's done what to whom?
We'll have the official results in a while, but just looking at my computer, I can see that wow, Germany and France winning their first match against the WR chess team. Remember, WR chess team are the reigning World Blitz team champions. So we'll have to check out what exactly happened there. And then Hexamind against team MGD1. That was a draw, so everything is going to be hinging on this next match. Kaz Chess and Freedom, I'm still awaiting the complete results. Also a draw between Ashdod Elite against Uzbekistan.
Okay.
3-3.
So let me see.
So
I'm just checking out that rook and pawn endgame.
So what was it?
Well, maybe no. In fact,
it was never ever.
No,
a win for white.
Okay, let me just check this out. I think it was actually a draw. At a certain moment, it was winning. But yeah, with the exchange of rooks, in fact, it was a draw. So let me just show that. I don't know. Yeah, here we go. So in this position, king g6 and rook a7 was played. I thought rook h7 was winning, but actually, after this, nope, I'm afraid that's just a draw.
Yeah.
But
we should show why it is a draw, because the players just looked at each other.
Yeah. No, I mean, that was a variation.
Mm-hmm. But even in the game continuation, because you're going to see here, the players just looked at each other and then they kind of
So this is a draw because
the hand.
White's king can't get in front of the pawn, and this is a theoretical draw. And in the game, this happened. and this is also a draw because, okay, king g7, a rather important move, because if king g6, then king g4 wins, forces the king out of the way, and so on. So king g7, clever move, and if king f4, then king f6, and again, you can't force the king out of the way. However, if we go back, in fact, in this position, this should actually be a win for white. And king g5. So, yeah, this is a situation where, again, if the rooks are exchanged, in this case, this is winning for white.
Because you get access to the critical squares.
And win the opposition, and then the pawn goes through.
Yep.
Yeah, so really tight.
Absolute tight. And talking about being close, well,
okay.
and also
we got results.
We do have the results. Okay, so as I mentioned, WR chess team defending 2024 champions. Well,
yep.
They lost to Germany and France, and I'm seeing that Vincent Keimer beat Jan Nepomniachtchi. Alireza Firouzja, he won against Rasmus Svane, but Hikaru Nakamura lost against Matthias Bluebaum.
Okay.
So, and also
That's
Frederick
huge.
Svane won against Jan Christoph Duda.
So two of their superstars, Nepo and Naka, going down. Wow.
I don't know if we have time to kind of have a look at some critical moments. As to
let
what happened.
me have a look at the games. Wow, they are long and complicated.
Okay,
that's
they're
all
long.
I'm going to tell you.
Okay, then.
Are we going to go into?
No, we're not going to go into
match two?
deep. Yeah, we're going to go soon into match 2. I will give you some notice as to when it's about to begin.
Okay, well let me try and find. Let's have a look at Nakamura's game. I don't know if we've got a little bit of time. It is quite a long game, but I'll try and zip through to some critical moments. Round about here, so this is move 25. Matthias Bluebaum from Germany, one of their strongest players, if not their strongest player. White against Hikaru Nakamura, move 25. And this moment, Nakamura played rook e6. And then b3. And a4, and rook cd1. So this is where it's starting to turn in white's favor. I mean, I think we can see that beautiful central position with the king just looking behind those pawns, and the rook pinning the knight on the d-file. Bishop c8. Yeah, you can see Bluebaum taking control. I mean, he's an excellent strategic player. Have you seen him in the way he plays the Rubinstein variation of the French? He takes on e4 with black and then just grinds those positions out. Yeah. So let's just see how this went. Beautiful maneuver with the knight. An octopus knight hitting the bishop on c8. Wow, it's working overtime, this knight. And bishop f6. Okay, at this moment he's won a crucial pawn. In fact, he wins another pawn because if that's taken, then white wins the king and pawn in game. And now black's king is really suffering. Oh, that's beautiful. So the bishop blockades the pawn, and that in turn shuts out the bishop. And then it's time to advance those pawns. Okay, Nakamura gave up, but the c-pawn, but those pawns are crashing through. So, I mean,
just a lovely game, right?
At first glance, it looked like he basically just kept control and slowly outplayed Hikaru, which is no mean feat in Blitz.
Yeah, absolutely. And some instructive things there, like, you know, when you're playing opposite color bishop endgames, it's very important to kind of anchor that bishop, either with the king, but ideally actually with a pawn. then it's untouchable.
Yeah.
So great start for Germany and friends, and obviously that means WR chess team, they need to win the next match
But they
if they
could
want to remain in the competition.
But they could turn it around. I think that's what's interesting about this system we have, that they just need to win the match. It's not like they need to catch up the game points. So they need to win the second match, and then we go to tiebreak.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And now, what about the other results? Do we have those yet?
So, okay, I will give you the other results. So, draw between Hexamind and Team MGD1. And there's also was a draw between Kaz Chess and Freedom. Some big heavyweight clashes there. Richard Report, for instance, won for Kaz Chess.
Against Samuel Sevian.
Against Samuel
who
Sevian.
we've seen is quite good.
Quite doing a lot of heavy lifting in the sense that it's amazingly good. And Mubin Sabatho being a fantastic blitz player for Team Freedom. And Ashdod Elite Chess Club also drawing against Uzbekistan. And there it was him to beat. It was fire on the board because 3 decisive results apiece. So basically, everything is going to be decided in game 2. So WR chess team in a must-win situation. Whoever wins their match in game 2 is going to go through to the semis.
Have we got time to look at one game?
Well,
I don't know when we're about to kick off again.
As long as you don't mind that, I might just rudely interrupt you and go,
You just do your thing.
Okay,
That's
thank
absolutely
you.
fine. So this is the game from the match between the Freedom team and Kaz Chess. And, you know, we spoke about the amateur board, or as they're calling it, the recreational players board. So Mubin Sabatho, who is 9 years old.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's playing Islam Aitan, who I think is also very young. My eye just lighted on this position because we're going to reach another pawn endgame. And I was intrigued by this because in this position, Mubin Sabatho very confidently just liquidated down into the pawn endgame. He doesn't need to. He could bring the rook down, and he's a rook for a bishop up and still has this passed a pawn. So he confidently liquidated. Now, this is tricky because, of course, the king is able to control these pawns. So the question is, does White's king have enough time to get through and take some pawns on this side of the board? So let's see. A3, there's a tricky move. So that means the king can't step to B3 because the a pawn would run. So it means it's got to step all the way round to take them. So White,
Beautiful.
with that move, very subtle move actually.
Yeah,
It's bought some time.
absolutely. A very, really good stuff here from the 9-year-old. And just think, he's just 9 years old and he's already recognizing patterns like this. Because in king and pawn endings, okay, you study your patterns. A lot of them have been figured out. And to see that so impressively, and as you can tell, with not that much time on the clock, is a sign of a champion. But I was going to say, Danny, I have the results for the first match in the quarterfinals. And here we can see exactly what went down. So you can see Vincent Keimer, Rasmus Svane, Matthias Bluebaum, all with very important wins for Germany and friends. And also Bohdan Lobkin, we saw that he was a high performer as well, both at the Rapid and the Blitz for the Germany and friends. And WR chess team, as you can see, they will need to bounce back. Also Hexamind chess team, MGD1, that was a draw, 3-3.
On a knife edge there, that one. So 3-3, and I can see our friend Atava on the recreational players board. He won again. Absolutely crucial. So very, very interesting. You know, Hexamind were, I think, seeded 2 in the rapid play. So, I mean, they're seriously strong. Now, do we have the other match
We're going
results?
to see the other match results. So if we wait for that, there we can see Kaz Chess, also a draw against Freedom. There we saw Richard Report with an important win for Sam Sevian and Mubin Sabatho striking back for freedom. And here, this is where it was just a slugfest, a real dogfight between Ashdod Elite Chess Club against Uzbekistan, because you see Noribek, Sindarov, and there we also see on the bottom board that they all won for Uzbekistan, but it was very well timed because there were victories for Benjamin Gladura, Pavel Elianov, and Yulia Osmak.
Yeah, and there you go, Abdusattorov winning again. You know, there's the team that I've been picking out right from the start, both in Rapid and Blitz. I think, you know, they are seriously strong. They're a team of young players, and Abdusattorov, I find him so impressive. He's so fluent when it comes to Blitz. So it's going to be interesting. Now, when do we kick off? Have we got time to just finish this pawn end game?
We do have time to finish that pawn end game, but I think we're going to give ourselves a little bit of a rest.
Are
we're
we?
going to go on a we're going to go on a very short break. Well,
Great.
I do have news that one match there is an appeal.
Oh.
So this will be delayed.
Oh.
So
Scandal.
until that
Scandal.
appeal, there's been an appeal between WR Chess and Germany and France.
Oh.
Don't quite know what it's about, so I don't know, let's not speculate. But the
We
other
could
matches
speculate.
will be played as scheduled, which is in 15:53. So we're going to take a very, very short break just to refuel and just grab ourselves some cups of tea. And then, of course, we'll be back in a few minutes.
Excellent.
So stay tuned.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game is afoot. Can't make it to London? Experience every move live and watch the story unfold on FIDE's YouTube channel with expert commentary by Daniel King and Jovanka Huska.
It's quite a scene here in the playing hall where we are coming live as the next game is about to start for some of the teams, but not for Germany friends and WR Chess. That's because we had a bit of a hiccup in the first round. The details are yet to be delved, but for now we know that an appeal is going on and the other games will start before WR Chess actually begins. We can see here the team is waiting to hear what happens. Will they play this game? They lost to Germany 4-2, but they say that they were better on all the boards and this was this loss of time that caused it. A lot of tension, a lot of anger. Of course, it's a world championship title on the line, but the question is, were they late or were they in fact in time and just lost the match unfairly? Let me ask. Jan, can you explain to me what happened?
It's an ongoing case, so I'm not sure, but in general to us it's fairly obvious. They always put the start time in this admin's captain group that we have, and this time the last communication was 15:17 is when the lineups are due, which was written at 15:15, and after that nothing, so we're waiting for the start time to be put in the group. Nothing happened and we went, but you can't put the last communication 15:17 lineups are due and then start 15:22 without informing us. So that's what happened, and yeah, it's a fairly obvious case in my opinion.
And there's appeal going on now and you're going to redo the whole match if it goes through?
That would be the logical thing. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Let's see what happens. There you have it. We will update you on that appeal decision as soon as possible. But for now, enjoy the games that are indeed going on. Back to the studio.
Okay, well, Charlie's, there was some big news. There was an appeal to do with this late declaration of the time. They were saying that they were asked to put in teams, that's 15:17. And then they were told that the rounds were starting at 15:22. And they felt that it was just, the team arrived late, and because of that, they lost time. And yeah, so if their appeal goes through, then basically WR are asking that the match be replayed.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, well, it's Blitz. There's always fun and games here in Blitz. You know, it's a kind of really sporty, scrappy version of chess. You know, sometimes the clocks are pounded furiously. Sometimes mistakes happen. It's all fast and furious.
So you telling me we're not kicking off yet?
No, we are going to be, no. All the other games are going to be going on, and there we can see we are in action. And we're going to be following the match up between MGD1 against Hexamind. We saw this match in the last, in game 1, and that actually ended in a draw, 3-3.
So once again, pretty orthodox start. We got Erigaisi on the left, Aronian on the right, and it's a Queen's Indian. And we saw that Erigaisi has played this system very similar against Vichy, actually. But Aronian playing very steadily and has just forced an exchange of bishops.
So yeah, we are going to bring up the live board in just a few seconds as we can see the players challenging in the center, and now Arjun just developing the pieces. So everything is just going to be about getting that king to safety, just establishing the pawn structure in the middle of the board, and then just taking the position from there. I'm expecting this to be a good old-fashioned case of centralization.
Steady start. I mean, to be honest, I would say very comfortable for black. But we're not there yet.
And there we're seeing the rook just line up on the C line, perhaps preparing some d4, d5 break in the future. Okay, just anticipating that the white queen will eventually just take a step to the second rank and connect the two rooks together.
Could be getting a very similar position to actually their first game, where Aronian exchanges on d4 and then plays d5, and we could be getting this hanging pawn position again. Actually, it's really very, very similar, but with colours reversed.
Yeah, and well, That would be quite funny, actually, some kind of karma. They had the hanging pawns with alternate colors on the first game. And there we are seeing black also just mobilizing the rooks. Everything is gearing up for that big clash in the middle of the board.
So I think there we go, in exchange and d5, and we've basically got the position we had in the first game, but with colors reversed. It's very, very similar. It's quite curious.
Absolutely.
But so will Erigaisi play in a different way? Maybe c5 here?
Well, it's certainly in the air. He can also choose to just leave the tension on the board. One thing I would say he won't do is be capturing in the center.
Yeah.
So instead he takes a timeout just to give his king some air, just making some preparations for the future. And this is a good kind of wait and see strategy. I was going to say I expect Levon at some point to do exactly the same. And here it comes.
Got our hanging pawns again.
Hanging pawns in the center. Now, they contain a lot of dynamism. Black will constantly be thinking about how to handle the pawn advances. So d5 is in the air, c5 is in the air. Also, white controls a lot of squares and has a lot of space as a result of these pawns. So that's exactly what both teams, both sides will be anticipating. And there we are seeing Levon just move up the rook. We've seen this pattern before.
Yeah, I mean, it's so similar. The only difference is that in the first game, there was, well, the equivalent bishop on b2. This time, it's a light squared bishop.
Yep, I think our live board came into action just as things are actually getting critical in the position. Because as we see here, it's kind of crunch time. Both teams are going to be, both sides are going to be maneuvering. So I'm like, moves that I'm thinking is, what I like doing is like to build up the momentum. So rook e1, nice move, preparing possibly a d4, d5. It doesn't work just yet, but it's always in the air. Also, this knight on d2, it's not really working, so I'm expecting it to also relocate.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of pressure on white's center. This is a problem because Erigaisi doesn't really want to play the knight to b3. I think he might have to protect that d-pawn. But it feels to me it's like it's the wrong side of the board. There you go, he's played the knight, I think he had to, but you can tell he was kind of reluctant to do it. And it's possible even to play a5, which might draw a4 and then use the b4 square. Instead, well, Levon has played h6, a very tidy move.
Yeah, and it makes sense as well, also depriving the queen of an outpost there on g5. So,
but I like the way this has gone for Levon, I have to say. I think that it's not, just doesn't feel quite right to have that knight on b3.
Well, he's now retreated the bishop on b1, so now a rook can potentially support the pawn on d4. And also, let's not forget, this also sets up potential ideas of having the queen and bishop lined up on the b1, h7 diagonal.
And Levon's played the queen to b4, so that queen just kind of lurking with intent, you know, looking at a few pieces there. And I think that just shows that if black can get away with these sort of, you know, poking moves, then there isn't too much threat that white has at the moment. And Levon has safely doubled his rooks on the d-file, and that's quite serious. I mean, looks really nice. I think this is quite a different scenario to that first game somehow.
Yep. And Levon building up the position very nicely. A lot of pressure against d4. But for Arjun Erigaisi, he has around 33 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, both players, I mean, really right down on time already. 26 seconds, Aronian 22 seconds, Erigaisi. And I like the way that Levon has advanced his a-pawn just to put a little bit more pressure on white's position, nudging the knight out of the way.
Why is being tricky? Look at what he's done. He's saying, hey, I'm going to attack your queen. You cannot take that because the knight would jump forward and attack.
Queen darting back to f8, all the way back.
Okay, and now the B pawn has fallen off, and you see how the players have quickened their pace.
Wow, pawn sacrifice from Aronian, but it means that he has access to that d5 square for the knight now.
And there we're seeing...
Oh, hang on, is that a rook has gone?
It has gone. So let's actually just zoom in on the players. Let's just focus on that so that we can see the clocks and the moves in clearer detail. And there you can see, yes, the rook has left the board.
Okay, it basically Erigaisi is still a pawn up, and yeah, if he can hold that pawn on b5, then that looks pretty good for him.
Yeah.
Can he play the knight into c5? That looks like a really nice square.
That's a beautiful move. Also, the bishop on b7 is such a fantastic piece.
Oh,
there you
boy.
see 3 seconds.
Anything could happen. They're playing only seconds left. He's taken a second pawn. It does look good for Erigaisi. He's charging the b pawn down the board. And that knight is so beautifully placed. Exchanged it off on rook c1. He's threatening bishop c6.
Yeah, and the b pawn is trying to crash through. And it's going to be joined by its sibling. And that's why Levon is desperately trying to blockade, trying to mix it up.
Queen
And
d6.
now
It
the
must be a
A-pawn
winner.
comes.
It must be a winner. And Levon has resigned. Wow.
Wow.
I tell you what, Erigaisi was under massive pressure there. And he pulled it out the bag. I think Aronian looked a bit disappointed. I'm not surprised, because I think somewhere in there he was doing pretty well when the queen was on b4. But cool,
Yep.
very cool play from Arjun Erigaisi.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, that was incredibly tense there. And you can see the players, they are crowding round as they are... What is happening? And, well...
Let's go to the
this
game
is Anish
between...
Giri and Pentala Harikrishna.
Krishna. I think we've got the wrong names on the board, on our graphics board. Anyway, let's stick with this main board. And Giri is the exchange up. Harikrishna is struggling to hold this one. It's not easy at all. I would guess that Giri is going to win this.
Yeah, well, Harikrishna is a fantastic endgame player, and what he's trying to do is hold firm on the dark squares, not allow the white king in any inroads. And so that's why he's put his pawns on light squares, so the white king cannot march in. And there we're seeing the players, because...
The rook switching round, that's the graphics board is wrong. We haven't got the right position here.
Okay,
there it is. That's the right position. We've got the names wrong here. It's not Murzin. It's actually Giri against Harikrishna, and Giri looking to perhaps attack the g-pawn here, but I suspect that Giri and Harikrishna are trying to find out what's happening in the rest of the match to know whether they should be playing for a win or whether they should agree a draw. f4, he's from Giri. He's targeting the g6 pawn, and that's why Harikrishna has brought the king back. And I think Giri is making inroads here. But he's got to defend that pawn on f4. So Harikrishna still has chances to draw. It's tough, but I think Giri could win this one.
And it's looking that way, as big progress has been made by Anish, and now the white king comes even further.
Good move, king e5. That controls black's bishop, and I think we got a Zugzwang situation.
He's going to take on c5.
It's winning for white.
And just note how the rook and king just combine together. Is he going to step up? Yes, he is. Yeah, he cannot allow the white king in. And we'll update you with the official results as soon as we have them.
But, okay, Harikrishna holding firm at the moment.
He's making all the right moves, you know. The main thing is you cannot allow the white king, and Harikrishna is asking his team, what does he need? Because whoever wins this match will be going through to the semis. Oh,
Giri, very clever. He's forcing the bishop off the long diagonal. That's really interesting.
okay,
And
but
the
now,
king coming in,
and
bishop
now you
check.
can get the bishop back on the long diagonal. And this is so important. And the moves are coming very quickly. And we've seen this position before. Or a maneuver very similar.
Yeah.
And Anish looking around,
Really
trying to
interesting.
figure out what he needs to do.
I assume that once that pawn dropped, that it was going to be possible to make progress with white, but Harikrishna defending brilliantly.
And there we can see in the corner, Team MGD1 anxiously supporting, waiting, cheering, all the emotions as they...
Is the king coming
The
in?
king has come in and...
Still not over.
I mean, this is super resourceful. I mean, the white king has made it all the way over, and here it comes. This is it.
I think that could be trouble for Harikrishna. King takes g6. Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
it's being very careful.
If the king is forced into the corner, now you can take, and that's it. The
That's
black
game
king
over.
is in a mating net,
Yeah.
and handshake. Anish Giri wins.
Good technique. That was very, very difficult. Now, what's...
What is Anish doing? I'm not sure whether he's celebrating or he's complaining. But he's been given a fist pump by his teammates.
Looked a bit of both.
Okay, maybe we can zoom and get a camera view of the boards, so maybe we can have an idea as to what has happened. What is the match score?
Let me just come out and see if I can find out what's going on there. Nope, I haven't got it, I'm afraid. But I think Hexamind have won. But we need confirmation of that.
Yes, I also think that as well, but again, there was a little bit of...
Well, some of the players'
The
names,
players' names were
have
missing,
been
so
put
I
in
wasn't
incorrectly.
quite
Murzin has
sure.
been put in.
Exactly.
And in fact, Giri was playing. So, yeah, we'll have to wait for official confirmation.
Absolutely.
In the meantime, let me try and find a game that might be of interest. Oh, there we go. We can see some scores on the doors.
Okay, and we see... Yes.
Looks like
4 wins.
Hexamind have won that one.
Absolutely. So Hexamind go through to the semis, and we say goodbye to Team MGD1, the current world rapid team champions. They couldn't quite make it a double. Maybe we can also have a look at the results, or maybe even the scoreboards of the other games, the other matches in progress, because Freedom were playing against Kaz Chess. And do we have any results?
I can't give you the results, but I'm looking through games to see if it's interesting. And I've seen the game between Vichy Anand and Alexander Grischuk, which I thought might be interesting to look at.
Okay, let's have a look.
If we can get the graphics board up. So always nice to look at these players. Grischuk, very entertaining. One of the strongest players in the world, really, at least a few years ago. And he's playing Vichy, of course, 5-time world champion, former world champion. And Vichy playing white, and this very, very theoretical line. And this is a known position. Of course, if the queen were to capture on d6, then c4 pins and wins. So that's why queen c6 played.
I have one set of results for you, Danny.
Okay.
It was a win for Kaz Chess against Freedom. So we also say goodbye to Freedom and congratulate Kaz Chess for making it to the semi-finals. And also, for Uzbekistan, they won against Ashdod Elite Chess Club. And here you can see this is 100% proof.
It's not digital, is it?
No.
We're coming back
analog
to
way.
a good old scoreboard. I like that.
And 3 No.
Oh,
And
they're changing it.
oh no.
No.
Oh, and just
We'll
as
have
we
to
thought.
get confirmation.
Okay, we will wait confirmation because there seemed to be some movement there on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
But okay, I will update you as soon as I have the results.
So I don't know if we can get back to this board. It would be nice. So yeah, we left it round about here. So Anand playing with white. And at the moment, he's a pawn up. This, I have to say, this is the first time I've played through this game.
That's okay.
So it might be the most tedious game we've ever seen. But anyway, let's find out. Bishop e4. Okay, that's interesting. So if there's an exchange, then I guess there's pressure here. So Vichy pawn up, but basically Grischuk has compensation in that these rooks are pretty strong and making inroads. However, Vichy still has things under control at this moment. F4 looks right to advance. And this is where things went out of control because Vichy, frustrated by his inability to shift those rooks on the e-file, went G4. And this is where it all went horribly wrong. He made a lunge with F5, but whose king is weaker, the white king or the black king?
Okay.
This is such a sharp position.
Yeah, definitely. And
it
wow.
went very badly wrong.
Ooh.
And at that point, yeah,
Yes.
look at these major pieces.
They're just hovering around the white king, and
So
it would
basically,
be okay if you
his-
had a pawn on f3, but
here's where Vichy resigned, because if here, then I reckon, yes, that's checkmate in one move. I'm glad I found that.
yes.
Embarrassing when you don't see mates in one.
I mean, there was this famous Kasparov game, I think, when he misses a mate in one. Oh no, Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk, yes.
Against Anand.
Against Anand, yes.
Yeah, I was.
You were commentating,
I was
remember.
commentating,
And
yeah,
you guys were like, it's just checkmate.
We were
And-
just.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was commentating with Maurice.
Absolutely. Okay, so I do have results
Good.
on the Uzbekistan Ashdod Elite Chess Club. So here we have, this is the final set of results. So
Uzbekistan go
convincing-
through.
a convincing win from Uzbekistan as they find themselves in the semi-finals. Who will they be facing? We don't yet know, because there was some changing. We thought everything was 100% certain.
Oh, have we not dealt with the WR chess?
No, that's still very much in the air. We don't have any
Okay.
result on the appeal just
That's
yet.
still live.
That
a
is
live
still
dispute.
live, and it was a. And we have any? Maybe we can have a camera on our scoreboards so that we could. Hexamind went through,
Okay.
as we saw, didn't we? Yeah, we literally saw it, didn't
We
Let's-
did. Yeah, I think they did. They did beat
Okay, oh, they're empty
MGD1.
now, and MGD1.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hexamind went through, and then well, we also saw that Freedom lost and Kaz Chess won.
I'm just looking through. As I've said before, the Uzbekistan team are one of my tips for the top. Actually, you know, I tipped them in the rapid play, but they might be even stronger in the blitz. Actually, so I just want to go through the game between Abdusattorov and Nihal Sarin on board one. So Nodibek Abdusattorov playing for Uzbekistan, and Nihal Sarin from India, renowned blitz player, playing for Ashdod Elite Chess Club. So it starts out as a Catalan. Now that's an unusual move. Queen c1. Was it actually played, or did it actually go to c2? Who knows? We're about to find out. I guess it must have gone to c1. Okay, so Sarin is now playing this kind of Dutch stonewall setup. And the knight hits e5. And that was taken. Okay, so very interesting. So if the bishop drops back, then I guess it's possible to take here. d4. what's going on. I mean, this is a mad game.
Totally.
I find it very hard to take this in, actually. Wow. So he obviously just considered this bishop to be too strong and thought, okay, let's make life a bit simpler. I'll give up the exchange and hold the pawn on c6.
Which is actually really, oh wow. Because you think that by sacrificing the rook for the bishop that you'd eliminate these knight takes g3 possibilities, and sure, no,
but
absolutely not.
I mean, maybe Sarin just thought, well, you know, this knight isn't doing much. I may as well get rid of it and try to expose white's king. So yeah, he's a very practical player.
Yeah, he's a very good blitz player. And there, yeah, 2 queens. Oh,
okay.
Wow.
So basically, if king takes rook, then queen takes knight check. And, well, let's just say at least a draw. I can't be bothered to work it out.
It looks like it's going to be checkmate.
Yeah. And this, now he's, wow. At this moment, rook d3, it says, the computer says this is a terrible blunder. How interesting. And this one shoots up all the way to white winning again. So, okay, we've got to work out what exactly can you do. Oh, yeah, you can just play rook takes f3.
Yep.
That's the issue. He could just take here.
Yep.
So if rook takes rook, then you can take the queen. Okay, but instead he played queen e8, and now white is winning again. That was lucky. e5 stopped queen h5.
Yes.
e6 stopped queen h5.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, let's just see the end of the game. And the e-pawn went through. Okay, so a roller coaster ride, but Abdusattorov got there in the end.
Absolutely. No, I mean, it was certainly shows Blitz in all its glory, right? It's scrappy, it's imprecise, it's very practical at its heart. And so we have...
Where are we going?
Well, I was just going to say, we have three decisive results.
Yeah.
So we know that Kaz have gone through to the semis, Uzbekistan gone through to the semis, as has Hexamind, but we're still awaiting the result of the appeal. So by WR Chess Masters about their first match against Germany and France. So we don't know anything about that, but we are going to go on a break, and when we return, well, hopefully we'll be bringing you more from WR Chess and Germany and France. So stay tuned.
This summer, your next big move is waiting. The World School Chess Championship from August 2nd to 7th, Washington, D.C. Battle it out on the board and make new friends off it. Play hard, laugh louder, explore, connect, compete. 50+ countries, one amazing experience. First time in USA. Incredible journey. Are you ready to make your move? Register your team now.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we're mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game is afoot. Can't make it to London? Experience every move live and watch the story unfold on FIDE's YouTube channel with expert commentary by Daniel King and Jovanka Huska.
Again, in the playing hall, where we have finally got the decision of the appeal of WR chess. And, well, it was successful for the team. So good news for them is that their previous loss to Germany and France is basically negated right now. And they can start afresh for a new round. And you can see that none of them are going to be even a second late to this game, as the entire WR chess team is already seated. Germany will join them soon, and now we will basically just have a redo of their match. Stay tuned, don't miss the action.
And there we have it there from Charlie's saying that WR's chess team's appeal was successful and the match will be replayed. And it was something to do with WR not having sufficient notice between the time of submission of the boards and the actual playing of the round. So some of the team members actually arrived very, very late to the game, only had seconds left on the clock. And so they were saying, how can we play a game of chess?
Seconds left?
30 seconds. 30 seconds for some of them. Others had more time, but it was a big deficit. So it wasn't really fair, was what they were arguing. Although I must say, the one thing that I tell my juniors is that if you have a problem, you should always complain there and then. Don't wait until the game is over.
Have a word with them.
Exactly.
Yeah, they
stop the clocks, call the arbiter and say, I'm really unhappy with this decision.
Hopefully they've learned from that.
Yes. Well, there we see, as Charlie says, all of WR chess team are seated at the boards. They are there. They are not going to be 1 second late.
But the funny thing is,
where are Germany and France?
Germany and France are making them wait. Also, to make that appeal just a little spicier was the fact that Vadim Rosenstein, of course, he's the sponsor behind the WR chess team, and they're also sponsoring, one of the sponsors of the event, actually. So it just makes it very, very awkward. Not that that would sway the decision anyway. However, it has gone in their favor. And you can see Vadim strolling around. He doesn't seem to be happy, but I tell you what, they've won the appeal. So they've been given a second chance. So I wouldn't complain again.
But hang on a second, there seems to be some funny thing happening, because the players they are expressing certain surprise at something. They're asking, like, what's happening here? Why are Germany and France not showing up? And indeed, that is the question. Why are Germany and France not there?
Are they making their own protest? Is there going to be a counter-protest?
Yeah, well, the suspense continues. And there we see, I don't think anyone quite understands what's happening.
Including us?
Including us. And then and smiles, laughter from WR chess team. They are the reigning World Blitz team champions. And we're seeing perhaps some words from the arbiter. And here come Germany and friends. This is what we like to see. Just good old-fashioned chess on the board. No external drama. And, well, let the games begin. That's all I can say.
So we're replaying, excuse me, so we're replaying the first round game. So that's going to slow everything up. The schedule is going to be changing a bit today. So we can see the board there. We've got Alireza Firouzja playing Rasmus Svane from Germany.
Yeah, and there we're seeing that it is a Lopez on the board. Bishop comes out, a6. So fighting chess there from Rasmus Svane, and now the bishop just develops itself, getting ready to castle. Now, what approach is Alireza Firouzja gonna take? And he chases back the bishop and then
Mainline
castles.
Spanish. Is
Yeah.
it? Oh, now
Are we gonna see?
it's an anti-martial system. I'm predicting we're going to see d5 anyway, but we're about to find out.
We certainly are about to find out. No, yes, d5 making appearance. Black is willing to sacrifice a pawn in order to get compensation.
Alireza not taking it, so he could have played knight takes pawn on e5 already, but he's declined to do so and just keeping tension and bringing the knight out. Could hop into e4, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, and we're still very much in the realms of opening theory. I have in my database right in front of me that black can play this move, can also step up with the queen to connect the rooks. And here, white can accept the pawn now, and indeed that's exactly what happened. The main move, by far, which actually has a very good result for black, is actually to step up with the c-pawn 2 squares, and that's what he does. And black's counterplay is based upon the power of this light square bishop just bearing down towards the g2 square.
Yep. Well, we've already seen a game in this line in the tournament, actually. I mean, it's a very, very common line. But white is solid enough. And Alireza moving the knight across to f3, which just kind of bolsters the king side and prepares perhaps to bring the queen's bishop into play at some moment. But the knight's looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, knight is looking very nice.
But I would say this is very long-term compensation with these bishops. You know, you can't talk about some kind of kingside attack. It could be that black is actually playing on the queen side.
And interesting enough, the players are still following the realms of theory. This has been worked out before, kicking back the knight, and now the queen steps up to connect the rooks. And now white's main move is to challenge in the center with d4.
So how many games have been played?
7.
7
Just
games.
according to this particular.
And I'm guessing quite...
Bishop d2 isn't so popular.
Okay, but top quality games, I'm guessing. I mean,
Yes, I mean, here in this type of position, we're looking at Vasily Ivanchuk against Peter Svidler, Nijat Mamedyarov. These are all grandmasters. So, yeah, this is serious stuff.
Yeah. 2 minutes left on the clock. So they've taken a minute to get to a position which is kind of known. Yeah, just feeling their way into the position.
Yep.
It's difficult for white when you don't have so much space to play with. So that's why Alireza is playing these, you know, very modest moves, because he's basically playing behind the first 3 ranks.
And now a set of rooks have left the board. And the question, though, for white is, how do you coordinate the pieces so that they make sense? And this bishop is so nice on this long diagonal. So first up, there's a big threat, as you're pointing out. Bishop takes knight. So that's why we're seeing knight g(h)2, which, well, they don't win the beauty prize, let's say.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate position for this knight. But he's hanging on to this extra pawn. 4 against 3, but they're not beautiful pawns.
Right.
It's very hard to make anything of them. But, I mean, we know how strong a blitz player Alireza is, so he would... I'm still betting on him, actually, to win this one, just because he's so good at blitz. Not particularly because of the position.
Oh, and black's position is very nice, and it's all to do with the power of the bishops, lovely compensation. So I'm just looking at bishop d6 is a nice move. Okay, he jumps in with the knight. I was also thinking this was nice as well. Knight takes knight, capture with a pawn.
Okay, that's quite committal. Structure changes. Whenever the structure changes, you have to think, you know, where do your pieces belong? And there could be some pressure on the c-file if this rook switches over, but Alireza has exchanged rooks, and that's probably very sensible.
Yeah, he's exchanged rooks, and then as we can see from the camera that he's moved the queen to its starting square. He's just getting ready to slowly mobilize the pieces, and very importantly, this knight on h2 needs to get back into the game. So at least it allows knight to f3 there. We see the live board catching up with us, and for black, he sets up a checkmating idea. Well, obviously that is spotted.
But really interesting to see that He's choosing to play the knight here. He could have closed the diagonal with f3, pawn to f3. Perhaps he's looking to try and get some play against this pawn.
And there we see it being protected. But the problem for black is, you've gotten some beautiful squares for your pieces. You have a lot of space, but you are still a pawn down. And how are you going to generate enough compensation for that without feeling the heat of being a pawn down? Okay, so there we're seeing some reinforcement from black.
I mean, I would say drop the knight back to d2, potentially coming to e4, but also opening up the diagonal for the queen. It feels to me as though Alireza has really stabilized here. Very hard to make anything of the extra pawn, but he's gone for knight d2.
Yeah.
And I think Rasmus has to be quite careful here. Queen f5, good move, covering h5. And the knight goes in, very good. If that's taken, at the end of it, there would have been a queen h5 check.
And there you slowly see Alireza unraveling. Now the queen is a better place than before. Now, you cannot take that bishop because of knight takes, bishop forking the queen and the king, so that's why you have to step back. And slowly, he's improving his position significantly. You can see c3 as a way to break through.
It's fascinating to see how he's slowly creeping forward. That's a nice creeping move, trying to get in on h6. Wow. Do you know what? There's a really funny tactic here. You could try g4 and then queen h6 check.
I know.
And potentially bishop f8 mate.
Okay. Yeah, I was
that might have been possible, actually.
Well, it's certainly one to try when you don't have too much seconds. And by the way, talking about clock, Alireza now down to under 10 seconds, whereas Rasmus has 23 seconds left on the clock. This is where it's going to get critical. Players, okay, there we're seeing some trades. No.
Okay, so he's exchanged off all the minor pieces and he's a clear pawn up in the queen and pawn endgame. So it does look as though Alireza is making progress. He has just 9 seconds left.
Yeah. It's a queen and pawn endgame, and look at white's queen. It's so beautifully centralized. All white has to do is find a hiding place for its king, and once you do that, then you can merrily advance the past d-pawn.
h4. So trying to break up black's kingside pawns, and now he's going to bring the king to try and take that pawn on h4. 7
seconds, and I'm expecting, throw in a checks, get that extra 2-second time bonus, throw in some more, and then ultimately you want the queen in the center. Okay, so we've got an exchange of pawns here. You can play queen takes d3. Yeah, f6 would have take on h7. You can see the heads, king to g8. Okay, that could you have taken on h7? And now the b4 pawn has dropped off, and now Alireza is the one trying to force the draw. He's going to make a draw. I think Svane has done very well to defend this position. No, but Svane is playing on, and he's looking around. He wants an update. How is his team doing? It's going to be very tough to play for a win, but he has turned things around, and he's a pawn up. Yeah. And just to give you an update on the match situation, WR have won this match with wins from Nepomniachtchi, Kostenyuk, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So, and because Hikaru Nakamura made a draw, WR wins this first match. Oh, Svane is going for it. He's going for it. I mean, he has 2 passed pawns. How much time does he have? Oh, and now, he's blundered. Queen b8, and the black queen has dropped. Well, that's extraordinary. It looked like Rasmus Svane was actually getting somewhere, but what a trick there from Alireza, winning black's queen. Maybe we can look at that a little bit closer later on. Well, there are the scores on the doors, and that's convincing in an analog way. Yeah. 4.5, 1.5. I actually think all chess results should be broadcast. I think they should be. Yeah. It's an improvement, right? It's like good old-fashioned scoring here.
So this means that we're going to have a second game, and Germany and friends need to hit back. Wow, that was so interesting to see that, you know, Alireza looked like he was making really good progress, and then in a couple of moves he just threw it away, and then he found some trick at the end. Amazing game.
Absolutely incredible stuff that we're seeing. Very thrilling as well. And it just goes to show how hard it is to play when you just have seconds on the clock, because you can only withstand so much tension, and then your nerves just crack.
I don't know if we've got
lose control.
time just to see the final moments of that game.
I think,
Or are we going somewhere else?
No, we could do that, but also it's great if we could check in quickly with Alexandra Kosternik's game, because it was very beautiful.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah.
Have you looked at that?
Wow. Okay, that's the final position. Maybe we can get the graphics board up. We'll show you the final position first. That's the first we've seen of this game. So that looks like a checkmate. So the question is, how do we get there? Let's go from the top. It's only 28 moves long, so let's just dive in. So Dinara Wagner playing white, and it's a Catalan. Knight c6. So this is quite an uncompromising way for black to play. Normally, black tries to break out with e5 when the bishop goes back to d6, but something's funny has gone on here. Basically, this looks fine for black now after b5. And yeah, I mean, black is just better. It's a very nice clump of pawns here. And
just to update you, that the next match will start at 5 p.m. between
5 p.m.
WR Chess and Germany and France. So we have
6
time.
minutes.
6 minutes.
Okay, we can relax.
We can relax. We don't have to speed through everything. It'll be also really interesting to see whether there'll be any shake-up to the lineups. Ooh. There.
Okay, queen comes back.
You can
just
take the
just
rook.
a moment. Yeah, okay. So if the rook moves, then bishop takes f3, attacking the queen, taking the knight. So queen d3. So now black is the exchange up and looking good. So if, well, hang on, that can be taken. It was taken. Okay, so b3 blundered a pawn, but we'll move over.
Okay.
We'll move on from that.
And yeah, it's here where king takes, queen jack, and then the king for some reason went to f1.
That's very unfortunate. Okay, so it's just a one-move blunder, basically.
Yes, somehow.
So either f3.
Yeah.
Probably just f3.
Just f3, and perhaps the game would have been a bit of a fight. So checkmate there on h1. Also, just want to show you, check out the last move from Nepomniachtchi.
From Nepo. Okay, Nepo against Vincent Keimer. So the last move was this. Check. And f3 check. And presumably if the king goes forward, or whatever, takes, and this pawn is going through. Okay, fair enough. So that was just, king e4 was just a horrible blunder. And in fact, king g2 is still absolutely fine.
Yes.
Okay, anything else of note?
And maybe we can break down the ending of the Firouzja game.
That'd be good.
Because that was just the ending, because we saw a beautiful trick there at the end. Just the very end, I think. Because the game is going to begin in a few minutes.
Okay, so here we go. So Alireza Firouzja playing white, and Rasmus Svane from Germany playing black. And Svane has turned it around. He actually has an extra pawn here. Queen e6. Yeah, in fact, it's possible to give some checks, not the queen f4, but instead queen h4. A check. Aha, this is clever. This is what he should have done, because if king h2, the queens can be exchanged.
Yeah.
So king here, queen here. Taking another pawn. And okay, you managed to exchange queens and black is winning. Just one thing, I'm just curious about this. So what happens on king h1? So king h2 allows this. Ah, I've got it. So if king h1, you give a check here.
Yeah, and you force, and then you get the winning king and pawn endgame.
Yeah. So the game went.
But we are, as we saw on our screens, this was played with like seconds left, and it's really just the players just acting instinctively. So we can't really blame them for missing opportunities here and there.
So at this point.
Yeah. So this is the moment, and then.
So basically, it should be a draw by perpetual check.
But Rasmus Svane, he needed to win. I mean, he didn't quite know what was happening with his team, so you might as well try to win. And at this moment where, disaster strikes, because I think at this moment, unfortunately, they'd built up so much time that Ali Reza just had that time to.
Didn't have that much time.
Yeah, but I just remember there was a pause, and then there was a smile, and then he quickly saw
he had enough
G4.
time.
You know, the hand wasn't moving quicker than the brain.
And this very old trick that the king can't step back to defend the queen, and when the king moves, queen takes queen. What an absolute shocker! I was wondering way back, because we still have a little bit of time.
1 minute.
1 minute. Don't worry, I'll get there.
You'll get there.
I was very curious about this position. My trick was this. I wanted to play g4 with the idea that if, let's say, queen f3, then you can play queen h6 check.
Yeah.
And
such a beautiful shot. Yeah, bishop to f8. That mate should have a name. And as of yet, it doesn't have one.
Well, there was actually a game played in Hastings in the early 70s between Ulf Andersson and Bill Hartston.
Okay.
And Bill Hartston managed to get this mate in against Andersson.
Okay.
It was queen h3. But
Yes.
basically the same trick.
Same pattern, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, if the king moves, I don't know, well, king g8, queen f8 is mate. Let's just show that. And king here, queen f8. I think it's going to do the biz.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, this
that
is so
beautiful.
nice. This is so nice. Hey, watch this. Watch this. No, it's defended.
Okay.
Where's the mate? Queen here.
Okay.
Close enough for jazz. Okay.
Yeah, White is doing very well. And that on that note of aesthetic beauty, we're going to go straight to the playing hall, and we're going to be following the game between Nepomniachtchi and Vincent Keimer. And, well, out comes the bishop to c4. That means it's Italian on the board. So d3 being played just to support the center. And, yeah, Germany and France look quite dejected. But that could just be the concentration phases.
Well, I'm not
but
surprised, you know. They've had their victory snatched away from them, and then they suffered defeat in the replay.
Yes.
I'd be furious.
Well, they're going to have to channel that anger here on the board, because a little bit of poison is sometimes just enough to spark the magic. And then we're seeing castles from White and the pawn advancing up the board. Because do remember, in terms of the match situation, it is Germany and France who are in a must-win situation if they want to level the match and take it to tie breaks.
Okay, once again, a really tight gioco piano. But with all the pieces on the board, it basically sort of defers the big battle to later. But it's coming, folks. It very rarely fizzles to nothing.
Yeah, but it's one of the most sophisticated openings. There is so many plans available, so many move orders. There we're seeing the rook just support the pawn on e4, perhaps anticipating either a bishop trade or maybe even an advance in the center with d3, d4. I mean, black and white have so many plans available. We've seen this one before. The queen comes out to b3, queen to e7. This is the game that Nepo played against
Gawain Jones.
Gawain Jones.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the point of playing the early queen b3, threatening f7, is that bishop e6 isn't possible because the pawn on b7 was hanging. Yeah, I think we've transposed actually.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's setting up the same ideas, and then the guy's going to go bishop to. Okay, now knight to g3.
There is a difference that Nepo actually played bishop e3
very quickly, but the same patterns of development. And there we're seeing knight coming to g3, and now the questions are for black.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, we saw in the game against Gawain Jones that once the knight came to h4, then g6 was played. But here it's very difficult to play g6 when h6 is hanging. Wow, that happened very quickly. I was just going to say, you know, knight f5 at some point could be very dangerous for black, actually.
Yep. And we're seeing the trade of all the bishops on the board, and it is maximum tension in the center. Now, here is the big question. As white, what do you do? Do you allow black to go d4? Do you trade on d5 yourself? My instinct is do not capture on d5. That simply helps black centralize the knight. And d3 becomes a target. So in that case, you've got to hold firm. And how to do that? He drops the rook back, getting out of any potential hit of d4.
And for black, what do you do? Do you hold the tension? Do you exchange? Or do you push? Now, he's exchanged.
Let's answer the question for us.
So is he just going to plonk the rook down on d3? Is this the idea?
Yeah, you can do that. Also, perhaps transfer the knight over to c5 if possible.
Okay.
But I like your rook d3 move. I mean, it feels very
just
active.
Plonk it down and double.
He's reaching for it.
He goes for it. And yeah, because white's queen is the other side of the board, then it's not so significant with the knight on f5. Bounce back to e3.
And maybe now black can start to think about occupying f4 with a knight. I was thinking knight to h5. Oops, I said it. I asked for it. It's appeared. And you just really want to be destabilizing the white king.
Yeah, I mean, with the queen here in combination with the knight, that could be very, very interesting for Vincent.
And that's why we're seeing Nepo, he is trying to trade off those pieces. Well. It's looking a little bit scary on the king side. So I like exactly what Nepo's doing. He's just getting rid of any danger of black sacrificing on h3 or g2.
Queen g6, threatening
rook takes knight.
And a mate on g2. But now, can he play g3 to push the knight away? That's the question.
Well, if you do that, suddenly the queen will work her magic on h5.
Aha. Yes. Looking at the knight g1 possible, but no. Okay, we'll go in a different direction. Okay, an exchange, but there is still the issue of how to deal with this one because rook takes knight is threatened. Queen c2.
It's very nice because then you're going to capture the rook if it takes on e3 with the f pawn.
And the queen covers across the second rank, so nice defense. He hasn't had to actually advance the g pawn now.
And also, if you grab on a5, then
he's taken on e4.
He has. This is a much better pawn capture because it protects all of the pieces. I don't think Nepo.
Well, but after queen e4, he's played knight g4, and he's going to take on e5.
And meanwhile, in the background, we see the king's been placed in the middle of the board. Looks like it was a draw between Alireza Firouzja and Rasmus Svane. Knight to g4. Well, big threat on the board. Knight takes pawn, and both players under the minute.
Yeah, the problem for white is that there's the threat on g2. So, well, obviously, knight g takes is impossible, and I think.
Rook takes.
Oh, this is good, and now queen h5. I think this is an absolute killer. How on earth does Nepo defend against mate? So this could be a crucial game.
He gives it up. He gets a rook check, and now the rook is going to cover the h3 point.
But with 2 knights against the rook, this should be winning for black, and a beautiful knight on f4. So if Vincent holds his nerve, he should win this game.
Okay, and that's going to be very important for Germany and France if they want to win this match. In comes the queen. If he transfers into 2 knights versus a rook, that should be well within
King
control.
E7,
King
King
E7,
E7.
control the entry squares. He goes King E8, that's good.
Same job. And Vincent, normally his technique generally is superb, yeah. So
beautiful, beautiful, absolutely. Look at the rook. The rook makes 0 inroads on the G line.
h5,
Okay.
yeah, everything is protected. This is the great thing about black's position.
That's it. And there we can have a clear look at the clock times. We see, well, not too much time for either player. Now the rook comes down, and now this is super important with the knights that you start targeting the weak points.
It can bounce around knight d6. It starts to hit those queenside pawns. There it goes. Nepo trying to fight back, playing rook b8.
This is not that easy because the rook is so flexible. Now he has to be careful. Maybe bring back the other knight.
That could be a good idea.
Yeah.
No, he's taken. And how is that a pawn? What's happening with the a pawn? Can he push?
He's
a6.
He has to do it. Okay.
Wow. a6, then
He goes.
king c6, king c6. And then the knight hops back to b6.
Ooh, maybe there's rook b8 at the end of that. Now, and this is the issue.
So the knight comes back. If a7, then black gives up one of the knights, but those queenside pawns should be too strong.
They are, and that's why Nepo is trying to mix things up, bringing his king to the defense. b3.
b3.
Advance it.
Does it get there? He's got knight b4 check to win the a pawn.
Yes.
Back in
and now
control.
the rook is going to swing to the other side of the board. There's an h pawn that he can have. Okay, he doesn't go for that one. Players playing seconds left on the clock.
The knight's switching back towards the king side, and now Nepo has to bring his bring his king back. It still should be winning for Vincent.
Yeah.
Those knights claiming beautiful squares. He's got it under control, and that h-pawn can now be protected. I think you're right. Maybe Nepo should have just gone for the h-pawn.
Yeah, but the players, no time on the clock, and Nepo is trying to be as difficult as he can with his king. And Vincent, he's just knitting everything together. The knights are protecting each other. Now comes a beautiful check, cannot be taken, and here it comes.
Oh, wow, what?
Now the c-pawn is going to start rolling.
What an initiative he has with those pawns in the middle. And now he's going to push the c-pawn after moving the knight. And there we go. He's pushing. Doesn't matter about that pawn. And Nepo is lost now.
Yep.
I think we can say that.
Yep.
But
Nepo is lost. But
he's trying hard.
he is trying hard.
Oh, e3 is a great move. If that's taken, then there's a knight fork.
Okay, and I can see that there were some victories for WR with Vadim Rosenstein winning, according...
Knight fork, here we go.
Knight fork, yeah.
That's it.
And a handshake.
Great game from Vincent Keimer, defeating Nepomniachtchi, the world Blitz champion.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a match it was. And now we're going to go over to Dinara Wagner against Ho Yifan, former women's world champion. Now, Dinara, is she playing for a win? Well, she's missing a piece.
How are the standings in the match, by the way?
WR are winning, and I think they have won anyhow.
Okay.
I'm seeing that there are wins from Ali Reza Firouzja, winning against Rasmus Svane, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave winning against Dimitri Kollars, and Vadim Rosenstein. So that's already 3 points, and yeah. So this game doesn't actually impact team results. WR making it through to the semis.
So Ho Yifan trying to win this with the extra bishop, but Black's king is pretty well protected.
And
I think Dinara trying to find out what's going on in the rest of the match.
yeah, okay, well, she She's looking around, but she doesn't have too much time on the clock. Oops, knocking over a few pieces. And this is one of the things about queens and bishops. They can only really coordinate well on one complex of squares. And there you see, there we've seen some, maybe it's going to be a draw.
G3. If Anand wants to play on, she has to play G3, but I don't think she's going to.
Yes,
draw.
Draw. Wow. In the end, it was a very spectacular match.
So let's just have a recap. On top board, Vincent Keimer defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi. Then on the second board, we have Alireza Firouzja, who defeated Rasmus Svane. Then we have a draw. Matthias Bluebaum and Nakamura drew on board 3. Board 4, MVL. Did he win? I haven't got confirmation.
MVL has won against Dimitri Kollars.
Okay.
We are.
So let me see.
Okay.
I'm just trying to catch up with everything. And a draw, and Vadim Rosenstein won. So yeah, it looks like WR Chess have it in the bag.
Yes.
But we need, there we can see it. We have the scores on the board.
Yes. WR Chess making it to the semis, where they are going to be facing off against Hexamind. And now we have our 4 semi-finalists. WR Chess, Hexamind, Kaz Chess, Uzbekistan, and there we're seeing the camera crew. They are taking a picture of what is an epic scoreline. WR Chess team defending champions. Can they be World Blitz team champions twice in a row? What do you think? And there we can see from our brackets. Well,
they've disappeared.
They disappeared.
They're back again.
And the WR Chess team facing off against Hexamind and Kaz Chess against Uzbekistan. The teams have had a long time to wait. They have a long time to get ready. And we are soon going to go to Charlize, who is going to be live from the playing hall. She's on site. She can just give us all the news as to what the vibe, what the energy was like in that room. So what an epic semi-final we have in store for us.
I wonder, favourites? I would say Uzbekistan would be favourites against Kaz Chess. Probably WR Chess would be favourites against Hexamind. But that's close, because I would say maybe the amateur board, the recreational players board, Vadim maybe not as good as, I'm not quite sure who they have.
In Hexamind?
Hexamind.
Yeah.
But anyway.
We don't need to worry about that for the time being, because we're going to go straight to Charlize with all the news.
Alive in the playing hall once again after WR Chess took out Germany and France after 2 rounds. And we know a lot of you in the chat really want to know what exactly happened in the appeal, so I'm here to tell you. After some lengthy discussions, a difficult, quote-unquote, decision was made, with the points being made that, first of all, the captains weren't exactly notified when the round was started, and also that the arbiters started the round without all players being present, which is not typical procedure. This is what's said in the draft of the appeal. They stated that both teams acted exactly as they should have, so they returned the favor by allowing WR Chess to start over and have that first game where they lost scratched. Because of this, they got another opportunity to play and wiped out Germany with 2 consecutive victories. They now move on to the next round, but it's kind of interesting because all the other teams had so much time to rest during all of this business, whereas WR Chess were just waiting for the outcome. So let's see what happens, but they definitely are eager to win, as we saw by the results. Stay tuned, next round coming up soon. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize, for updating us with the whole appeal process and what exactly just made the appeals committee come to their decision. But, well, after some drama both on and off the board, the semis They are now ready for them. And on that note, we are going to go on a short break, and when we return, it's going to be action, action, action at the semis. So stay tuned.
In the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and as you can see behind me, there is a symbol going on, as one of the bank employees is an IM himself. These kids get lessons, they get games, and even a big tournament at the end. And this exact one is actually a culmination of 6 events over the year, with 9 participating schools all playing for a championship trophy. They're encouraged to have boys play, girls play, and different kids each time, so everyone gets a chance to be a chess champion. The CSC, Chess in Schools and Communities, is doing big things here in London, from schools to libraries and even prisons. It's the year of social chess in FIDE, and this is the exact kind of initiative that deserves some spotlight. Let's find out more about what they get up to.
Chess in Schools is a UK-wide charity. It teaches in about 350 schools around the country, mainly primary schools, but also some secondary schools as well. We also teach chess in libraries, in prisons, and in almost anywhere that will have us, basically. Today we're in Canary Wharf in a bank called the EBRD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and they're very kindly hosting a schools event here with nearly 60 children taking part from 9 different schools in Tower Hamlets. Tower Hamlets is one of the more deprived boroughs in East London. The children are here today. They're receiving some lessons from our tutors. They are playing a simultaneous game as we speak against a very strong FIDE master from the EBRD, and later on they'll be taking part in a tournament, and that tournament is the finale of 7 tournaments we've held across the year in Stepney, part of East London. The children play for medals each week, each time they turn up. Today they're playing for a big grand trophy to finish off the season.
And tell me, what does it mean for these kids? What growth have you seen in them as in the tournaments and the grand finale?
Some of them have really embraced chess. There's one particular school here, Thomas Buxton School, that started with us 3 years ago, and when they first came to our tournaments, they came in last place. This time they're almost certainly going to win the trophy and retain the trophy they won last year as well. There's a boy here who maybe you'll meet a bit later who's had a chess birthday party, written his own chess book. The whole school's really embraced chess. They've come to lots of our events, to the London Chess Classic, to Chess Fest. They played in a simultaneous game against Judith Polgar. The school's really chess mad. Well, I think the social element of chess is really changed actually from when I was growing up, where chess was mainly played in sort of dark, traditional chess clubs, I suppose, to now where we're seeing chess being played all over the place. I mean, we recently opened a chess club at Spitalfields Market in East London, and the range of people coming there, the range of ages, people from all backgrounds, people from all work environments as well. We have people from the City of London coming, but also some of these children from local schools just turning up for a casual game of chess. And yes, it's not so much about the hard competitive side of things. It's far more about maybe having some food while you play, having a chat while you play, and just enjoying the game more than the competition.
Thank you very much. Do you have any final thoughts, any last words you want to say?
Just that I found working for chess schools is an amazing experience. We're trying to expand across the country at the moment. We'd love to get in more schools if we possibly can. We need more tutors to do that. So we just encourage everybody to give it a go and enjoy this experience, which is really fantastic.
One of our star participants here is little Mubin, who I heard loves chess and even wrote a chess book himself. Can you tell me about that?
So I wrote a chess book 1 for beginners and I wrote chess book 2 for advanced players.
And when did you start playing chess?
When I was 9 years old in year 5, and I got keen when we were playing chess classes and I just really enjoyed it.
So what do you think about this tournament series that you have here, where you're playing with other schools, meeting new chess friends?
So we were playing with other schools in a tournament, and we also played against like FIDE Masters and Grandmasters. Some people won, drew, or even lost the games.
And they have lessons here simultaneous. What's your favorite activity that they host here at the RBG?
So my favorite activity is basically the tournament, because like if you really win all of your games, you get a gold medal. And yeah, and it adds to your total points for your whole school. And if you get a lot of points and you get in the lead at the end of the year, then you get a cup that you get to take home.
Okay. And what do you love most about chess, Ruben?
Just all the people, they're really kind, and it's just really enjoyable.
What is your favorite thing about chess?
My favorite thing is how it's very competitive, but also it makes us think in real life status like jobs and exams and stuff. So yeah, that's what I like about chess.
I love the competitiveness and like how you have to think ahead and think of the moves, and it really helps in real life scenarios.
So let's have you keep playing a few moves. So keep the game going. And there you have it. These kids are so passionate about chess. They clearly love the game, and CSC is doing amazing things.
It's been a marathon at Blitz speed, but we're now at the semis and so much at stake. And one thing that's really interesting about this is that the teams who lose this particular semi-final, they will battle it out amongst each other for that coveted bronze medal.
Okay, so for all 4 teams in for the duration, that's what you're saying.
Absolutely. And we're going to be focusing on the big match between Kazachstan and Uzbekistan. Nurbek Abdusattorov against Alexander Grischuk from Kazachstan. So that's the match that we're going to have our eyes on. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on all of the results and all of the drama where we can.
Abdusattorov and the Uzbek team, they're my tip for the top. So I'm hoping for great things from them.
Okay.
I just think that, you know, those younger Sindarov, Abdusattorov, they're so classy. They're just, their determination, their speed, their stamina, they're just incredible.
Absolutely been.
Okay, we'll see what happens.
Exactly, because it is a battle between the heavyweights, and there we are seeing that Kazachstan, well, they've had a long time to wait, but they are anxious to get ready. There's Darmen Sadvakasov, perhaps the Kazakh team captain, just giving them some words of advice, probably saying, hey, Richard, don't sacrifice too many pieces. I'm just joking with you.
No, just throw him in there, Rich. It's got a proper hairstyle, Richard, I would like to say.
Yes.
That's the way you wear your hair.
Yeah. And Kazachstan, spearheaded by Alexander Grischuk, Richard reports, Andrei Esipenko, and Alexander Grischuk already sat there at the board as he contemplates the white pieces against. And this man is sitting down. Nurbek Abdusattorov, the youngest ever world rapid champion, and he's backed up by the mightiest, the finest, the greatest chess players that Uzbekistan have produced, including former world champion Rustam Kazazhamov.
Yeah, Rustam hasn't been playing all the matches, so I wonder whether he's been just put in, because he's not really playing that much these days. He's a really renowned coach. So I think he's only dipping in now and again. Yeah, so I don't know if we can see who's playing for them.
So actually I can see that for Uzbekistan it is going to be the trusted group of Vachier Sindarov. He's playing on board 2 alongside Nurbek Abdusattorov. Also we have a second Nurbek Yakubov, and also we have Shamsuddin Vohidov, and there we also have Kamdava, I think, Firouzja.
Okay, we're not. Oh, here we go. Ah, there we go. We've gone analog again.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, very interesting. Kazimjanov not playing for Uzbekistan, so they've gone with the kids basically.
Yeah, but it's so great to have a team where you have your country's legends of the game supporting you, being part of the team, giving you motivational words. And Nurbek, he's super confident. That's one of his trademark styles. He's willing to push regardless of the position. And he's got a tough customer ahead of him as he has the black pieces against Alexander Grischuk. What have you?
No, I'm just trying to get the boards up on the graphics. But we're not there yet.
And there we are seeing Nurbek Abdusattorov. Maybe we can track his eyes as he plans out what he's going to play. For Alexander Grischuk, he's psyching himself out to rise to the occasion. At stake, it is the title of World Blitz Team Champion.
Love that view.
I know.
Through the king and queen.
I just love the direction that we can see. Like, do you think, to me, it looks like he's planning D4.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is glancing that side of the board. Yeah, I think you're right. But we'll soon see. Or could he be plotting a Sicilian with E4 and then looking to play d4 afterwards. That's maybe what he was mulling over.
Yeah, he's probably going to surprise us all and go knight f3 or something.
He's just trying to remember what happened, 12 years ago or something.
They've had some time to prepare whilst WR was playing their match.
Yeah, that wait that everyone had, a little bit distracting because, I think Blitz is something that you need to get a rhythm going, actually. So when we had this break because of the appeal, I think it's quite disturbing for the other teams, actually.
It's very tiring as well because, especially Blitz, you're constantly riding the adrenaline, right? You play one game, then another one comes along in 10 minutes, and then another one, and then you kind of flex your fingers all your time. But here, they've had a long time to think, like 50 minutes?
Yeah, the thing is, with that enforced break, they don't know how long they're going to be waiting before the next game. And actually, it's just grates on the nerves, really. So I think it's tough for the other teams, but it was a very difficult decision for the appeals committee. But here we are. We're in the semi-final, and we're waiting for the starting pistol to fire.
Yes. Yeah. The winner of this match will get a ticket to the finals, and who knows what can happen next.
But we got 2 matches.
I know.
Not just the winner of this match.
Not just the winner of this match. That's true, actually. We have 2 matches ahead of us.
Match.
Yep. But that's very clunky to say. 2 match.
2 matcha.
Yeah. And I'm waiting for the arbiters to give us the go-ahead, to begin. And there we can see Vidit watching as his team play off against WR Chess Masters, and see Vidit showing a smile with his wife.
Isn't that Divya?
No, it's not Divya.
Was that not Divya?
No, it's
not. It's Mrs. Okay.
I played Divya. So there we see, we are off e4, e5, the bishop coming out, and now bishop c5. Nordebek means business, one of the most aggressive lines in the Lopez c3, and now knight to e7.
So he's making Grischuk think right from the word go, because it is an unusual line. Yeah, this is very, very tricky, but Grischuk not spending too much time. And he's grabbed a pawn in the middle, but Abdusattorov is ready for this.
He certainly is, and out comes the queen. It's astonishing how much theory these players know. And I know Alexander Grischuk has a photographic memory when it comes to opening analysis.
Now, queen g3. That targets the pawn on c7. That's the move that I would like to see. But Abdusattorov clearly knows his stuff. And he's played queen g3. There we are.
And you don't want to let go of the g7 pawn. It's very important. So, yep, he gives... I was going to say, no, bishop takes c7 because...
I guess you just take on e4, actually. That's why he's played the knight to d2 to protect the pawn here.
Yep.
So we have this typical pawn structure from many Spanish positions. 4-3 pawn majority for black on the queen side, but with doubled pawns, and white has the 4-3 pawn majority on the king side. It's a bit like the Berlin, except the pawn is better placed on e4 because it gives white control over these light squares, whereas in the Berlin, then black has better defensive chances. So I think, we can stamp the position with slight advantage to white, basically.
Yes. And also, if all the pieces get traded off, white will have a winning king and pawn endgame, because white's pawn majority on the king side is a lot more mobile. So, okay. We see some thinking going on from Nordebek, some decisions to be made. I'm expecting a rook to centralize. Yes, it has. And, well, you called it. Danny, and knight is coming over to f5. Now, one thing that Nordebek cannot do is get greedy and just capture absolutely everything on d4, because there is, unfortunately, bishop to e5 at the end of that variation. So he can take once, that's fine, but just don't grab that pawn with the rook.
Yeah, interesting decision to make, actually. He's just decided to play very solidly. I mean, at first glance, it looks very pleasant for white with these pawns in the middle. However, very hard to advance them without creating weaknesses. I mean, obviously, d5 not on at the moment. We could get an exchange, but that would be absolutely fine for black, I think.
It is very interesting decision, as you mentioned, because also signals some ambition, because black's plan is just to go rook d7, followed by rook to d8 at the right time. You just keep increasing the pressure against d4.
Yeah.
You've got to be careful, because there's a d4 advancing to d5 in the air.
I just think it's very hard for white to make any progress here. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Grischuk has exchanged pawns, because just retreating the bishop to defend means it would be very difficult for white to play. Now, in advancing the h-pawn, it gives the king a nice escape square on h2, and you can push forward. This bishop bouncing back to c3. We love those bishops that are protected by a pawn. They're anchored there, and it's on the long diagonal.
Yeah, and well, you got in your bad bishop bounce in a weird way.
Yeah, it was a pretty good bishop, but it's maybe getting even better.
And well, we're seeing I was going to say we're going to see a queen trade, but absolutely not.
Okay, that's really ambitious from Grischuk. Of course, advancing the f-pawn is very risky because it starts to expose the king. He could have simply exchanged queens, and it would have been roughly level, but Grischuk going for it.
Absolutely. And interesting.
He's trying to trap the bishop.
Exactly. Very ambitious stuff there from Nordebek. Just making the bishop on a5 offside.
Ooh, and Grischuk can exchange queens and take the pawn on b4.
Okay.
So that is an extra pawn. So Grischuk a pawn up, e4 threatened.
And are we going to see moves like bishop c3 anyhow?
Bishop c3, yeah, could be coming.
Yeah, well, we still can have it in the air.
I suspect... I know he's
King
the king.
F2.
King f2 is very nice because the king can reach f4 to secure the e-pawn.
Bishop
so
c3.
Grischuk making progress here with his extra pawn.
Yeah.
And if he can force through e5 to get to g7, that would be a good thing to have.
Okay, g6 being played. Oh, hang on a second. That pawn on f6 is incredibly weak. F takes g6, hg.
And then... how do you attack the pawn on f6? That's the question.
Well, I can do it in the long term, which means that I can just wait a while. Say rook to f3. And now...
Well, I think we can say that in this position, white has a clear extra pawn, and white is the only one that has winning chances. Very nice position for Grischuk to be in, but he does have only 20 seconds left. Abdusattorov, a minute and a half.
And Grischuk, I would say, is one of the people most used to playing with no time on the clock, and he's playing fantastic chess. Look at that. He's forcing through, improving his bishop's range there on c3. I mean, it's beautiful, right? Every move that he makes, he just maximizes the pieces. And now offering a trade, the white king is going to get mobile. Bishop f6 in the air. Now the rook can go swing over.
Nice move. The question is, what is white going to do about this pawn? Does it advance?
Yeah, well,
bishop coming to f6. So he could be targeting.
Can he not just
G6
simply
pawn.
advance the e-pawn? No time. Quick decisions.
Yep, he's done it now. And then he wants to attack So maybe the bishop has to come to this diagonal. But obviously, white is in control here.
Yep. But not in control of the clock time. As Alexander Grischuk only has 13 seconds left on the clock.
By the way, we've got our first result. Rapport and Sindarov have agreed a draw. Rook swinging across. Oh, that's really nice. That rook, an absolute monster on d6, where it cuts through to the g6 pawn. Oh, looking for counterplay. The b pawn. That's embarrassing. Is the rook going to come back to d2?
Well, he has to make a quick decision. No, instead. Okay, so his plan is simple. After rook takes pawn, he's going to push through the e pawn. No?
I think he was going to take on g6. Yeah, I think that was the idea.
Mm. 25 seconds.
So Grischuk still pressing. Abdusattorov returns the bishop to the back rank, defending the g-pawn. Oh, bishop e5, nice move.
Blocking everything.
No.
But Nordibeck holding tight, and he's also threatening to play rook e4 check.
The king comes forward.
Wow.
Oh, what happened?
Unbelievable. He's playing so quickly.
The king comes back. Wow, this looks fantastic for Grischuk.
Yeah.
But Abdusattorov has... Oh, that's a great move. He's won the bishop. And now Grischuk must be winning. He's going to push the e-pawn. It's game over. King e6. The rook moves. And it's all over.
And
yeah, he stopped the clock on the side.
resignation.
Wow. Fantastic win for Alexander Grischuk.
Yeah, absolutely in control there. And then we turn our eyes on the game between Esipenko against Nordibeck Yakubov.
Okay, what's going on here? Yesipenko with 2 extra pawns. Yakubov advancing the h-pawn. Is that going to be enough? Let me see. I mean, it looks like it should be good for white. I mean, as in good winning.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's always tight with rook and pawn games, and they're down to nothing on the clock.
Yeah.
So, he's not picking up the a-pawn. He can play rook a6 if he wants to. Rook a6 defends the a-pawn. He doesn't want it. Now, are they going to agree a draw?
Well, it's been offered.
Rook a6.
If they repeat the position 5 times, the arbiter steps in and they agree
a draw. Now, that's interesting. So why didn't he want... I see what the problem is. Basically, after... If we just go to this position, after rook a6, then I assume he was concerned about c4 and wins this pawn. Is that it? But what happens on this?
Maybe we can wait until we have...
Yeah, let's see what's happening in the rest of the match.
Okay, and there we can see, wow, that is quite the result for WR chess team as they win their match 5.5 against Hexamind chess team. So that means that in the second rematch, Hexamind must win against WR chess team if they want to progress to the finals. And going to Kaz chess against Uzbekistan.
What's going on?
Very promising. I can see already that there's 2 wins. We saw Grischuk win against Nordibeck Abdusattorov. It was also a win for Kamilidanova against Kamadamova, and that was also a win for Uzbekistan, though, on board 6. So I'm still waiting. Ansat against Vachier-Lagrave.
We need to see the scoreboard for clarification. Then we can understand what's going on. We don't trust what's going on online. Go on.
Vachier-Lagrave won.
So, what's the score?
So the score is, it's also a win for Uzbekistan. Oh, no.
No. 3-all.
Okay, then they have had the wrong result. Okay.
Unless the arbiter's going to change things.
No.
Oh, hang on. Oh no, he's taking everything away.
No, they're resetting everything.
They're shuffling the numbers. They're going to ditch them out again.
It just goes to show that sometimes, if the players just put the kings on the wrong spot, the result is registered wrong, and mistakes happen.
So basically that was a 3-3 draw, as I understand it.
Yes.
So all to play for in that second match.
Yes.
But WR Chess looking monstrous. Maybe we should have a quick look at one of their games.
I mean, let's have a look at. First
How about Ali Reza?
That one's impressive. Also, Jan Nepomniachtchi's win against Levon Aronian, just judging from the checkmate, looks like it was overwhelming.
Okay. But it's quite a long game.
Okay.
Let's go to Ali Reza.
Yep.
Let's get to a relevant position. Let me see. Okay, round about this stage. Okay, so it says Volodar Murzin playing white. Is that correct? Against Ali Reza Firouzja? I don't know if it is correct. I thought he wasn't playing. Anyway, we do know that Firouzja with black has black here. I mean, this moment doesn't look like a big deal. Looks like white is absolutely fine. I mean, white is sort of pretending to be better with this knight on c4, but that was unfortunate.
Oh dear.
The pawn seems to have dropped. How did that happen? Let's just go back. Okay, so knight g4 was the issue, and queen takes h4. And suddenly it's all gone horribly wrong. And white resigned because there's a collapse here. But actually, round about here, white is still fine, but probably quite even. Okay, what about Hikaru Nakamura defeated Anish Giri?
Yes.
Let me go to a critical moment. So at this moment, Giri played Queen A6, which was a mistake. Okay, are you ready?
Okay.
I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay.
What move? I'm very, very, very mean to you.
Yeah.
Hikaru playing white, Anish Giri playing black. What move did Hikaru now play?
Well, it looks like bishop takes g7 is going to be a beast of a move, just
Bishop
opening
g7.
up the
Yesipenko, you're on fire.
Well, I do my chess tactics every day.
Do you?
Yeah,
Impressive.
it's just, some people play a lot of online chess. I do a lot of cheap tactics. So.
Oh, interesting. In this position, there's actually a stronger move than queen takes d7. Queen g6.
You can throw the queen over to the center.
Queen g6 was a mistake.
Okay, queen to d.
Queen d4.
Check.
There we are. But so actually, in this position, it would have been better to, I guess, to move the queen here, and then it's only an extra pawn for white, but also very, very good for white.
Very, very nice. So
that was basically, in fact, Hikaru took the knight instead of playing queen d4 check, but he's in complete control. And he won that one. Sorry, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that, we have 5 minutes before the next match starts. Can you pull up the women's board on Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan? So that is Kamal Lidanova against Mamedyarov.
Okay, so how did we get there?
Just the very end. It was a nice finish.
Okay, so it went. First time we've seen this. So knight e6, pawn takes, queen check, c3.
Oh, whoops!
Backward queen's moves.
Yeah.
Backward queen moves. I can't actually say it.
Queens can move backwards, but they're often very difficult to find.
Yes.
Like seriously, it's a thing. They often say that you're constantly looking forward with your queen. So queen takes h4, big blunder there. Yeah, and it's one that actually cost her team quite dearly. But okay, 3-3 in the match between Kazchess and Uzbekistan. Everything is level there, but it is between Hexamind and WR Chess. Hexamind now in a must-win situation if they want to move into the finals or even get to tie breaks. Wow. What do you think we're going to see from Hexamind? Well, these are some of the great names. Okay. Also, I have another position for you.
Go on.
Danny, is at the end, Yesipenko did have a winning position. Do you know we caught the end of it?
Okay, well, no, wait a second. Let me find the game and get things straight. So Yesipenko is here. Now. So instead of this, yeah, rook here. Now, what was the issue? Because I thought c4 should be okay for black. But you're telling me this should be good.
Yeah, this one was apparently winning, and you can see that from the evaluation bar that white is winning. But the thing is, though,
okay, it's not immediately obvious to me.
no, it's not entirely obvious,
So
and also
do you
the
give
clock
a
was ticking down.
Do you give a check?
And then I think this is exactly what happened, and then
then play king,
and then
king
king
d4, and then takes, and then you bring the king back. Or yeah, king e3. And okay,
and then
I mean, this is not immediately obvious. This is winning. I mean, the computer says it's winning, but you know,
you have to do some maneuvering, right? You put your pawn on f5, have the rook protect absolutely everything. But I agree with you, not necessarily easy to evaluate. And also, you have to, when the clocks are ticking down, like I cannot stress enough, the pressure is so intense on the players that they are barely thinking.
I think maybe the issue here is that white puts the rook on a8 and attempts to put the pawn on a7, which will mean that the king has to go passive and then you advance the f-pawn. It doesn't really matter whether this is on the board or not. But the thing is, once the rook goes down here, the king will come over. So it's a question of time.
Like what I would say is that you preserve the f-pawn as much as possible. So the way that I see it. Anyway, this is very difficult. We're getting sucked into the world of rook and pawn endgames. So of course we are waiting for the second match of the semi-finals to begin. Let's go to the playing hall. Let's see the players ready. And there we're going to be following the adventures on the chessboard of WR Chess Team as they play Hexamind. Now, WR Chess Team have some of the best players in the world. We're talking Nepomniachtchi, who's a world Blitz champion, Alireza Firouzja, and then we also have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And this is such a team of heavyweights. Can WR Chess Team defend their world Blitz team title? Well, we'll find out. That moment when the arbiter is about to announce the beginning of the game. And we have a handshake. Let's dive in. E4, E5.
Spanish, Berlin. And Alireza keeps tension with d3. Knight e7. Now there is a lovely tricky move. If knight takes e5, you play c6, the bishop moves, and then queen a5 check wins the knight. Lovely little trick. And the knight just is going to flip over to g6. Mm-hmm. Nice trick.
And there we see the knight transfer over to the king side. So all that's left for black is to complete the development. So wonder whether Alireza will challenge directly in the center. No, he instead goes for development. Do you think we're going to see the same plan?
Jovanka, just let me show that trick, because it is very mean. If knight takes pawn, this didn't happen, folks, but if knight takes pawn, c6, attacks the bishop, bishop comes back, and then queen a5 check with a double attack, winning the knight. It's slimy, absolutely slimy, but I rather like it.
It's very nice. And very unexpected, actually. So what are we going to see from Alireza Firouzja? I was expecting him to move the knight away from c3.
Interesting that Muzin is just delaying moving the d-pawn. In the end, he just plays it one square, he was perhaps contemplating d5, but now we have something very regular.
But what is White's plan? d4?
d4.
d4 and then just develop.
Oh, bishop d2. Okay, just playing a bit more conservatively somehow.
Okay, and now it's for black. You have a choice. Bishop e6. You could also go rook e8. That's the very Lopez plan. Rook e8, bishop f8, then plan for d5.
Oh, interesting. He's hopped the knight back to h7. So I guess he wants to play to g5 and then potentially bringing out the bad bishop. d4, breaking in the middle.
Finally.
Yeah.
We've been waiting for that one for a while, and in comes the knight to challenge. Okay, so what is White going to do with the tension in the center? There's a big throw on the board of knight takes knight, and then capturing on d4.
I rather like this plan with knight h7 to g5, because knocking out this knight just increases the pressure here. Bishop e3, sensible, just holding everything.
Yeah, just forcing Volodar Murzin, the current world rapid champion, to think about what he's going to be doing. And yeah, we're seeing there is some trades. How to improve the position some more?
Well, bishop g5.
Bishop.
Just let's swap some more pieces off. That would be my first thought. You know, this is chicken chess. But it makes sense to me because actually, you know, this bishop is controlling some very useful squares on the diagonal. This bishop doesn't look too great. Nope, didn't happen. Is he going to play knight e5 instead?
He's going in that direction. And there's a series of trades in
Two
the middle
bishops.
of the board.
Two bishops.
Well, the position has clarified somewhat. But I would say this is the kind of structure where the power of the bishop pad isn't necessarily felt that much.
Probably not.
You see, this bishop on c4 is so strong. I mean, we saw that earlier on, going back to the game between Andrew Hong. No, I keep saying Andrew Hong, but it was not Andrew Hong.
I don't know who it was.
It was Nigel against Liam Leo.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Well, the bishop is very active. This knight isn't so great. That somehow you feel that black should be okay. I'm guessing, yes, exactly. The knight is going to reroute to the king's side. And bishop c5, good move. It might just hack that knight off when it comes to e3.
Yeah, and that's actually what I expect to happen, because the knight is not going to live its best life there on d1. So I'm expecting
Queen a5, threatening a rook, I notice.
Okay, so whilst this game is
and the pawn.
maneuvering,
Ooh.
there's some excitement happening in the Levon Aronian game. So maybe the Nepo Levon Aronian, yeah, we have to switch here. I mean, take a look at this. What is happening here? Levon Aronian with the white pieces. Remember, Hexamind, if they want to take it to tie breaks, they need to win this match.
And Levon's certainly applying the pressure. He's got these two bishops, this wonderful dark squared bishop striking across the board, protected past pawn. Bishop on g6 doesn't look too great. I think Aronian has an excellent position.
This is beautiful.
Tactics.
Yeah, and it took
Check,
Nepomniachtchi.
and the knight would drop. So Nepo under massive pressure here. Can Levon strike back for Hexamind?
Yeah, and you, as Danny said, you can't take, and it actually came as a visible surprise to Nepomniachtchi. He recoiled when he saw bishop takes pawn on the board, and now the king slides in the corner, the bishop goes back. It doesn't really matter. White's response is going to be the same. Capture the knight, and, well, it's all about those extra pawns that White has. But White has to be very careful, right? Because black can go rook to d8, bishop to d5,
well,
improve things a
hang
little bit.
on, that bishop is just going to anchor itself on d6. I mean, listen, technically it's a win, isn't it?
It
we
is a
can
win.
see that.
Okay, but you do have to keep control. And yep, short in, the bishop comes into d6, anchoring itself beautifully on that square. And Nepomniachtchi, he's in chaos mode. He has to hit that button.
Queen b7 attacking the bishop and the pawn on b5. That bishop does a great job in combining with the queen because the queen just can't be hassled.
Yeah.
Now, queen takes pawn.
Is this the start of a comeback? No, threatened checkmate. And now, do you see Nepomniachtchi quicken his pace as he means to up the pressure? Just
well, I mean, he's actually down
seconds.
on time,
Yeah.
and Levon still has 50 seconds.
But it's such a common technique, right? When you're feeling the pressure on the position, you just quicken the pace on the board and you just start making things a lot more intense. Take a look at that clock time because that is going to play a valuable part in this. Okay, so now comes the queen and Levon is just keeping things under control.
Very nice, queen
so
h5.
let's do full screen on this one because things are looking very good.
Queen has bounced round to h5, threatening queen g6 check. Nepo in terrible trouble here. He's 3 pawns down. His king is under pressure. And he's under pressure on the clock. He's under 10 seconds. Queen bounces back. Of course, Levon will be happy with a queen exchange. Nepo doesn't want it. Queen f3. Nepo trying to stay active. Oh, check. Yeah, the 7th rank is now exposed. And bishop f6 coming. That must be the end.
This is absolutely the end. And Nepo is on the verge of giving up. And Levon strikes back. Now, is this the start of a comeback for Hexamind? As they are in a must-win situation. So let's follow the cameras, go to the action.
We've got 2 draws already. MVL, let's go there. What's going on in this position? Wow, what a sharp position this is. Dominguez is a piece up for Hexamind. But it's such a strange position with Black's king wandering around. And yeah, Dominguez has thrown the knight into c3. It looks incredibly strong.
Okay. And
I think he should be winning, but it's a weird position.
And if Dominguez can strike back for Hexamind, everything at the minute is equal.
Ooh.
So this is super important for the match situation.
Maxime fighting back.
Yeah, he's so tricky, and he finds a check.
Oh.
Now the rook comes down. Where's the black king going to run?
As he turned it, Maxime's turned it around completely. That's checkmate. Unbelievable comeback from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
And with that, there we see Maxime being patted on the shoulder because it is a victory for WR chess team as they secure themselves a spot in the finals. And there we're seeing Richard Rapport against Vachier-Lagrave.
He's 3 pawns up. Rapport is 3 pawns up. Rook and knight and 3 against rook and bishop. So Richard in control hits that bishop and now protects the a pawn. That's a nice check because it's coming to b6 and there you go.
Okay. And okay, judging from the team hug there, okay, we have to check out what exactly the standings are, the results of that. Does this mean that Kaz Chess have banked a spot in the finals?
I'm not sure. I can see that Abdusattorov has won. Sorry, let's have a look at this.
So here we can know that WR chess team, they have secured themselves at least a draw. So with a draw,
that'll be enough.
That'll be enough for the finals.
Okay, so if we go to Kaz Chess against Uzbekistan, let me see. I'm trying to add up. It's difficult. I think Uzbekistan are looking good. It might depend on the amateur board.
Okay, maybe if the camera...
Which is... winning for white. So I think Uzbekistan are going to do it. No. Sorry, I've got it the wrong way around. It could be even. We could be having another 3-all, but we'll have to wait.
Okay, so I have some results in front of me, but not the result of the recreational board on board 6. So Nordebek Abdusattorov lost to Alexander Grischuk, so that's 1 point in Kazchev's favor. Sorry, that's 1 point in Uzbekistan's favor. There you go. This is much easier. And there we are seeing, okay, win for Richard Rapport, win for Miraret Kamaledinova, win for Aitan Islam. So with those 3 victories, Kazchev secures themselves a spot in the finals.
So no tie breaks.
No tie breaks whatsoever.
So it's going to be WR chess against Kazchev in the final. Good stuff.
Good stuff. And
I don't know if there's time to look at one of the critical games.
Yes, we can have a look at some of the other dramatic moments of the match.
That said, I'm trying to find one. Well, do you know what? Maybe we should be looking at the game between...
Okay. We'll save this because we're waiting to hear directly from Charlize. So we'll save this, and when we come back from Charlize, we are going to go through the analysis to our heart's content.
Lovely.
As we await a big matchup in the final. We have our finalists, WR chess against Kazchev. And do remember that Hexamind and Uzbekistan, they will be battling it out to find out who gets the bronze medal. Yes.
Yes, my pulse is quickening.
No, this is very important because there's a lot of money at stake.
There is dosh at stake, yes.
And we are talking about tens of thousands of euros. And it's always worth fighting for some cash in the bank. So whilst we're waiting for Charlize to bring us all of the news, as soon as I hear that she's ready, we're going to go straight there and just catch up with all of the news. But incredibly exciting round. WR chess, they are proving themselves to be a real powerhouse and certainly looking like they are favourites to retain their title.
I think they've played themselves into form. They've had, in the rapid play tournament, they had some rocky moments, but in this blitz, generally they seem to be getting stronger and stronger. They're finding some rhythm. Exactly. I think that's really important in blitz chess. You need to find this kind of momentum.
Yep, and I agree with you completely. It's all about momentum, and it certainly looks like WR chess team have that. But let's go straight to Charlize to tell us what it's like there.
Coming to you live from the playing hall where the exciting finale between WR chess and Kazchev is about to take place. But on the other side of the wall, we've had teams battling it out for 5th place. So let's find out a little bit about what's going on over there and the standings. Hi, Thomas. Can you explain to us which teams are battling it out and the playoffs that are about to take place?
So in the main bracket, the final will be WR chess team versus Kazchev. The 3rd place playoff will be between Hexamind and Uzbekistan. And then in the consolation bracket, Freedom are already into the 5th place playoff, and we'll have a tiebreaker match between MGD1 and Germany and Friends.
Okay, wow, so still a lot of chess going on both sides, right? Okay, thank you very much. So stay tuned for the finale, but also we've got so many top players and so many super teams. I mean, Vichy from Freedom, of course MGD1, they won the Rapid previously, so really exciting chess to watch all around. Back to the studio.
Yeah, it's been a real test of wits, nerves, absolutely anything, just as well as the chess. I mean, but we had a dramatic round.
We certainly did.
There's no doubt about it. And Danny, you had some highlights for us. If we could put them up on our board so that we can share them with everyone.
Well, I was interested in this game that we just saw the finish of between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Lenier Dominguez. So perhaps we can have a quick look at that, because it was a rather interesting Sicilian Najdorf, as many people know. I love these Sicilian positions, the Najdorf, the Sveshnikov, the Kalashnikov. I think this structure is well, I'm just used to it. You know, it's very familiar to me. So, Najdorf variation. G3 from Maxime. Well, the thing is, Maxime is, of course, one of the world's leading experts in the Najdorf variation, but now he's got to play against it. So he plays G3, which is not the most critical, but he's playing with bishop G5, and this he plays something rather unusual. He takes and plays knight D5, and instead of playing with bishop G2 and castles kingside, he plays queen D3 and castles queenside. So really, really sharp. And the issue is that white already threatens knight takes bishop and queen takes pawn. So black has to give up this so-called good bishop. But actually, I mean, this is actually quite a well-known situation because black controls the d5 square very well with the knight. In fact, it's perfectly playable for black.
Yeah.
This knight is a million miles away from, you know, these key squares. That's why it starts to maneuver. And black starts the initiative. H5, really interesting move. You know, white is not threatening some kind of pawn storm, but H5 secures the G4 square and gives the king some room. So we've got a very strange situation here. I mean, I don't know whether it was necessary for black to close the position on the queen side, but if the position ever breaks open, then white's king could be in desperate trouble. But it got very, very sharp around here. And at this moment...
And the players really didn't have so much time. It's quite funny because here you can even see that like this period of the game was played with like 21 seconds and 14 seconds on the clock. Very difficult to do when the action is literally red hot on the board.
So the position is busting open, and remember, white's king is kind of in a mating net. And after this, Dominguez is looking really good.
And this is where the big king chase happened, because when we joined in the game, Dominguez's king was on the queen side.
It's a really interesting moment because Maxime could have played queen takes and allowed this, but let's say black should be better there.
You can't take the rook, I just wanted to mention. You can't take the rook on E5. Cheap threats because the queen will simply swing over to C2, and whoops. It is white getting checkmated.
Yeah, really interesting. So, tricky tactics. But instead, Maxime played king A1. I mean, that in itself takes remarkable sang-froid. Queen takes bishop and queen H7. So basically, he just goes for a counter-attack at the other end of the board. I mean, it's quite a funny situation. Knight takes rook. Knight takes rook here would allow queen takes pawn mate. So that's why queen F2 was played. I mean, this is so sharp. Absolutely mental position. And at this moment, I mean, black should be winning. I mean, I don't know exactly when things turned. He played rook takes d7. Apparently, that's a mistake. King a7. But after this...
Okay, white gets this small chance. And here, remember, like Dominguez needed to win for his team, and this is the moment that we saw the rook swoops in, and beautiful checkmate there.
But an absolute roller coaster ride, and you know, back in this position, basically this should be winning for black. If pawn takes, then queen here, and if you move the rook somewhere, I don't know, rook f1. Oh yeah, of course, there's. That's the issue. Rook down.
Yep.
Back rank. And
back rank, yeah.
It's what I've been talking about. You know, these pawns just cramp the white king, and whenever the position opens, there's this massive danger of a macy attack at the other end of the board. I mean, I thought that was a classic Najdorf, actually. At some moments, you know, it's actually very strategic, and then it just blows up.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely fascinating game. You know, very wild to see a king chase. From the king side to the queen side, it went on an odyssey, and then it got checkmated. But We are so close to the final, Danny. It begins in approximately 4 minutes. And we should remind ourselves what the players are playing for.
Yes,
let's have
indeed.
a look at the prize money, because as you can see, there are all kinds of tie breaks happening. And there you can see this is why. Because first place, that's 75,000 euros. Second place, 50,000 euros. And this is why they're fighting very furiously for the fifth place. That also gets 15,000 euros. So big money at stake, especially when you think about, you know, this is just a Blitz event. It's a 2-day Blitz event. There's a lot of chess, there's a lot of wild excitement.
Only a Blitz event. I mean, listen, they've put in the hours. They really have put in the hours here.
They absolutely have.
It's a really tough tournament, just because, yeah, it takes a few minutes for each game, but they have to be on such a kind of competitive level for each one. I think, you know, in between each game, it's hard to kind of calm down. In fact, you shouldn't be too calm. You know, when I've played these long Blitz events, you want to keep that edge, and to do that for the whole day is so wearing. You know, you play yourself into form, and so that, you know, when you sit down at the board for the next game, you're absolutely on it straight away. So you don't have that. You haven't cooled down. You know, you're still warm.
Yeah.
So it's wearing to play this the whole day through, basically.
It totally is draining on your energy levels, right? To have these long pauses, I agree with you completely. You need to be there in Blitz. You need to be ready. You need to be sharp. It's almost like the fingers have some kind of memory. You want your hands to instinctively make the right moves. It's all about having great intuition. And yes, of course, they have a final. WR Chess, reigning, defending champions. They are going to be fighting off the challenge that is Kaz Chess. Grischuk, Richard Rapport, and yes, Andrei Esipenko, as well as many other strong players. Do you think WR Chess, they are the heavyweights?
I think they're the favourites. They've played themselves into form. They've had a few little bumps, but
no,
yeah,
as a team, they
are favourites.
It's funny because they just kept getting better and better. Like in the rapid chess, they had some shaky moments as a team, but yesterday in the pool A, they won everything.
Yeah.
Them and Uzbekistan, they emerged from the pools with 100% score. So
I'm just looking at the individual stats actually. So we've got Alireza Firouzja playing for the WR chess team. He's on 7.5 out of 8. Nakamura, who's actually been playing on board 3, bit of a disappointment. Only 5.5 out of 8. But still a very, very good score. Then we've got, now who else is playing well? Nepomniachtchi has 4.5 out of 7 for WR Chess. And let me see, the women's board is Ho Ifan, and I can't see her. Where's she gone? She's 2.5 out of 4. But overall, yeah, their stats pretty good. I'm just trying to see. Yeah, David Muradian, so he's their amateur player, their recreational player. Now, what are his stats like? Oh no, it's Vadim Rosenstein, who's the recreational player. I'm just checking out the form. He's on 3 out of 7. Got to say it, you know, he is the weakest in the team, well, obviously by rating, but I mean, you know, even for the amateur board, then, you know, he's certainly not the strongest of all the teams playing here. So the others have to kind of do the heavy lifting for him.
Yep.
But it seems to be going well so far.
I mean, this is the whole point of this whole format. You have the unexpected, you have the unpredictable, you have, you know, whoever you choose to be in the team. You could have super grandmasters, but you gotta have that female player. You also gotta have that recreational player. The one person who has never passed 2000 in either classical, rapid, or Blitz. And it's quite funny because a lot of teams will be on the lookout for a new player next year, right? Because their big guns are no longer valid.
Right, because their ratings have shot up.
Yes. Okay. Well, we are going to begin. We're going to just take a look at the tiebreak that is happening for 5th place between MGD1 against Germany and France. And there we can see on our screens Arjun Erigaisi playing with the black pieces against Vincent Keimer. And as soon as the final begins, we're going to switch over to that match. So for the meantime, we can see that there has been a knight on the edge of the board, and with the retreat, well, Vincent is signaling that he wants that knight to capture the bishop so that he can open up a line against the black king. And sure enough, Arjun blinked and said, okay, I'll have to go for it. But now we have a situation where Arjun's king is vulnerable. And because this is a tie-break match, whoever wins this match will win 5th place. And that means 15,000 euros in the bank.
So we're looking at the game. Arjun Erigaisi against Vincent Keimer. And it started out, I'm going to go from the top very, very quickly. A b6. It's a weird kind of Queen's Indian. Erigaisi has closed that bishop at the side of the board by putting the pawn on d5. We've got an exchange of knight and bishop, which leaves the semi-open h-file. And Erigaisi has established the knight on e4, which is a very nice piece. And Keimer fighting back by actually contesting the d5 square. So an exchange, and the rook comes to the d-file to look at the d5 square. So knight d5 is possible for Erigaisi now, if he wants it. Question is, how do you get the queen to h6, Jovanka? Your thoughts on that one? How are you going to do that? There's your little test for you.
Exactly, that is a big test. Hopefully it's very difficult. There's the pawn on e3. It's in the way.
I'd like to do this, bishop d3, f3, g3, queen h2. Boom.
Yeah, that's...
Am I dreaming? I don't know.
I agree
Sometimes
with you.
You've got to dream.
I agree with you. Sometimes it's beautiful to dream. Okay, but there's two people playing out the game, and Arjun Erigaisi, he's initiating chaos on the queen's side. He's saying, hey, that white king in the middle, it's not particularly safe either. So I like what Arjun is doing. It's good to accelerate the play when you have a situation like that. So, okay, big question. How are you going to continue with the attack on the king side, and how are you going to keep control in the center? So I wouldn't be capturing on b5 because that just opens up the rook.
I mean, I really like b5 from Vincent Keimer because, you know, he's starting the counter-attack using his 2 pawns. I mean, very much like in the Sicilian or Morozzi bind positions. But Erigaisi just staying very cool, and he'd like to see pawn takes pawn and bishop takes pawn, and white would have a beautiful bishop on c4. So rook d8. What's Keimer plotting? So there's an exchange. Does he want to play knight d5? Slightly surprised that Erigaisi has taken that pawn, actually.
Yeah. I guess he was tempted to do that because Arjun removed the rook from a8, so...
But I don't know, it just feels like we got some sensitive points here.
Yeah, we do. I mean, as white, you want to keep control.
If the queen comes to b7, looks at e4, protects this, covers the d5 square, that's what I'm looking to do on the next turn. I mean, this is not original. You see it so often in the hedgehog in the Sicilian. So I'm kind of surprised that Erigaisi has exchanged here, because I think it gives black more options, because there's sometimes the possibility to break with d5.
Yeah. And on that subject, isn't now the time to start grabbing? Like for instance, you can go bishop takes pawn.
Okay.
He jumps in with a knight, d5. Well, you're not going to let that knight live there. It's attacking too many pieces, and so we see a trade. And
knight b6, knight b6,
Yeah,
d5. Hit the queen, maybe?
that's a great move. Knight b6, and just
On the board.
d5 coming. The pawn on a3 is vulnerable. And
I see they've actually on the graphics board they've actually got the names the wrong way round. It's Vincent Keimer playing white. That's what throws. And now that I've looked at the camera, I can see. Oh yeah, that's Vincent on the right. He's behind the white pieces. When did he switch round? It's thrown me completely. So yeah, Vincent playing white. What's he doing?
yeah, and there we see he's coming with his knight, and he's anchoring that piece. And
Okay,
black has to be careful. There's a protected pass pawn on a4.
Okay, but is he going to play d4? Is Erigaisi going to play d4?
But you know something? You can't burn the bridge too much in the center because the
H6.
white king can erupt this castle.
Yeah, but also you've got to watch out for queen takes h6 when the center opens up. And Keimer pushing the a pawn. Oh, I mean, this is such a strange position actually, with.
Yeah, with
Well, now it's
everything
stabilized
happening.
actually. Yeah, with the center opening, giving black the center, but this potentially strong pass pawn. Oh, that's very strange that Keimer allowed this. Bishop looking beautiful on g5, and white's king looking very shaky. I think Keimer's kind of collapsed over those last few moves. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Bishop coming back to c5.
Yeah, and the player's just playing super quickly.
Now, the knight can blockade f5. What's... Erigaisi would like to checkmate on the h-file. Oh, there are tricks on the 7th rank.
Yeah.
Bishop takes, and then rook c7 check.
Okay, but there are more tricks coming.
Oh, watch out. Oh, that's why the bishop went to h3 to block the h-file. And now, is it possible? Is he going to get in g4? Keimer's king is not as safe as it could be.
And did you see that?
And then g4.
G4 absolutely necessary. And instead, Arjun is going for gold with the b pawn.
B-pawn is so dangerous now. The knight spins back. He wants to come to d3, forking rook and bishop. But then knight d3, rook. Oh, rook c2. Ooh.
Well, the players just playing instinctively here, but yeah,
Bishop
there you see
d4.
Bishop d4. Everything is protected.
That pawn is too strong. I'm not surprised that Vincent gave it up. Should be a draw now, but it's not easy.
It's not easy because the pawn on g3 is gonna fall. And
this is shades of Gukesh against or Ding against Gukesh, final game of the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And Arjun trying to look at that. The white king is being trapped in a mating net.
Incredible. Oh, now
he can throw in a check.
The king is going to come up anyway.
Oh, he is devilishly setting up. You can slide the rook all the way to the back. There is checkmate threatened on g1, and there we're going to see
Keimer under pressure. This is very unpleasant.
Rook g1.
And
now it's going to be g3.
Wow. So just to be clear at the end, the king had to go to h2 and then pawn to g3 check. Rook takes pawn and rook takes rook. Of course, black will be a rook up. Fantastic play from Erigaisi. I mean, who knows what was going on there, but Erigaisi did the bid. Did the biz.
He did the biz. Oh, I mean, yeah, it was super impressive there. When the chaos struck, he was ready. So many pieces flying.
Just want to say, this match is the third place playoff, actually.
Okay.
When we're waiting to see the main event, the final. I guess we're going to see that after this. I'm guessing.
So. the match that we just saw is actually for the 5th place.
Oh, 5th place playoff.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for correcting me.
No, I know, I can understand why, because this is an amazing team like Erigaisi, and there we saw that Vincent Keimer. But in the semis, the ones that are going to be fighting, it is Hexamind against Uzbekistan. I mean, they're fighting for the 3rd place.
So I'm losing the plot as ever. So I think what I wanted to emphasize was we haven't had the main fight, the grand finale with WR chess and Kaz chess yet.
No, we're still waiting for that one to appear. But I mean, the competition for 5th place is furious. A lot of teams playing for that one because they want to enter the prize money, 15,000 euros.
Yeah.
5th place. And also there's a lot of pride, right? It's a World Blitz Team Championship after all. I also can't wait for the final to get started. Final between WR Chess and Kaz Chess. Will defending champions WR Chess, they have really leveled up. Can they defend their title? That is the big question.
So we're seeing, I don't know if we're going to see this next match first before we get on to the actual finals. But you tell me, you might have more information.
I have as much information as you, Daniel.
Next round, 1850, I'm being told. Maybe we should take a short break. Just a thought.
Absolute agreement on that note, because Danny asked for it, and because we all need to just gather our nerves for just a moment. We are going to go on a break, and when we return, of course, we are going to bring you the final between WR Chess and Kaz Chess. So don't want to miss that one. See you in a few.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game is afoot. Can't make it to London? Experience every move live and watch the story unfold on FIDE's YouTube channel with expert commentary by Daniel King and Jovanka Huska.
This summer, your next big move is waiting. The World School Chess Championship from August 2nd to 7th, Washington, D.C. Battle it out on the board and make new friends off it. Play hard, laugh louder, explore, connect, compete, 50 plus countries. One amazing experience. First time in USA. Incredible journey. Are you ready to make your move? Register your team now.
Welcome back, and there you can see the final is in progress. We see on our screens Alexander Grischuk, who has been an absolute stalwart for Kazchas. He's got the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. So we're going to dive straight in and have a look at how the game has progressed.
It's
and
a lovely Najdorf.
I know, and it looks like a Sozin variation, one that former world champion Bobby Fischer liked to employ a long time ago.
Well, I mean, yeah, with the bishop on c4, it looks like it, but actually started off with the good old bishop g5 variation. And Alireza has played this knight d7 move, which is extremely sharp, really uncompromising. And after bishop c4, queen b6, so this is a very trendy variation. And after bishop b3, e6, bishop comes out, and knight c5. So it takes a little bit of rearranging. The queen needs to come back. And then he starts the queenside counterplay with rook b8. And white has this pawn storm on the king side. Black looks to open up the queen side with b4 and rook takes b4. So incredibly sharp position with both players attacking. You know, I'm more used to playing these kind of positions with black. You know, I just look at b4 and think, well, you're opening lines. You're hitting that bishop. You can always hack that off if necessary. But I don't know, which side would you naturally gravitate towards?
None.
Neither. You don't.
Too wild, too chaotic.
Okay.
I don't want any of this when I play chess. And so we're seeing the rook move there from Alireza. That's actually a new move according to my database.
Okay.
It was a lot more common actually to lift up the light squared bishop and get ready to support an advance on the queen side. But rook to e8, unexpected. And now the big question, and this is the thing what I always think about, just pawn storm. Lift up the h-pawn, and sure enough it gets pushed, and then now black has to do the same because both sides are just looking to blast open a line. That's all that is needed for the heavy forces, the heavy pieces to infiltrate.
Interesting decision. You know, does black allow this pawn to come to h6, which would also to some extent undermine the position of the knight on f6? Or is he not going to? I mean, h6 looks kind of crazy.
It's just one of the things with h6 is that, to my eyes, you just slide back the bishop and then you just blast open with g4, g5. You know, you bring open, you know, blast open the line, and then suddenly the rooks are in, the queen is in, and that's it. Good night.
Yep, I would certainly go along with that.
And one of the things...
Got to be tricky.
One of the things that I was... Oh, he goes h6. Wow. Well, what has Alireza got in mind? Because he was afraid. I mean, one of the things I was taught is that the pawns on f7, g7, and h7, they are the perfect defense because white has to work very hard to open up a line.
But I think what he wants to do is... Okay, the bishop has come back. So, yeah, Grischuk, of course, would like to play g5.
Or next move. So black has to do something immediately now. Also, he goes to blockade it, but there we're seeing trade of the pieces. But, well, what is stopping white from going f4, g5? Power through.
It certainly doesn't look bad, yeah. I mean, now I would prefer to be white, yeah, definitely. But there is counterplay with b4, just cracking things open.
Well, he goes for it, f4, and now Alireza has to be on red alert here because g5 is coming.
I think that's what's nice about white's position is that, you know, those moves are pretty easy to play, and it's black that has to actually find ways to counter it. It's a very natural plan.
Absolutely. Because the thing is, though, if you make the same kind of moves, if you go b4, we're actually not hitting anything because the knight on d4 is such a great defender of b3. Whereas g5 comes with so much power, and I cannot stress that enough. Black's king just doesn't have too many defenders. And there we see bishop b7, so calm. He's just saying, hey, I got my eyes on e4.
Yeah, and if g5,
Well-
then it's going to be taken. So I guess you could just defend it. Or queen e3.
But you know, the situation is getting critical, both on the board and on the clock for Alireza, as he only was now got less than 20 seconds.
He's played rook e1 to defend the e-pawn, but the knight has switched back to attack again. And Grischuk has sacrificed the e-pawn and wants to open up the g-file without delay.
Okay, well, now it's a bit tricky because this bishop is amazing on e4 and you've got ideas of going e5. And there we see the rook coming forward. How is Alireza going to defend with seconds left? White just wants to double up on the G line.
But that is such a tremendous piece on e4, anchored by the pawn on d5. Yeah, I hear you. There could be a problem here. But I wonder if there's counterplay or, f5, f6 rather, to defend along the second rank.
Absolutely. And there we see
There it
that
goes.
is the reaction of Alireza. He's playing so quickly now.
I love that bishop on e4. And yes, there is counterplay on the c-file. So somehow Alireza has turned things around.
Yeah, this is a nice move from Alexander Grischuk, just getting out of the pin of the bishop. And now I thought the king might run to the other end of the board. And there we are seeing this position is razor sharp.
Queen e3. The nice thing about these pawns and the knight is that the king is pretty safe on a2. So we've got an exchange on e5. Queen takes, centralizing the queen.
Beautiful. And we're going to see breakthrough.
Oh, knight c6. What happens if that's taken? Then
wow.
Rook takes, and there was queen h6. And the rook defends along the sixth rank.
Grischuk doesn't have too much time, so he's looking. How can he generate some play?
He's got seconds left. He's a piece down. He needs something huge.
He can't find it. He just throws in a check.
And queen g5. Wow. But there's no clear threat. Oh!
That is beautiful. Queen takes rook. And
he's come back. Is it a draw? Is it going to be a draw?
Yes, it is.
So he did find something. It looks that they're going to agree a draw, I think. Alireza, they've, wow. What on earth was going on at the end there? I mean, that move knight c6. And let me see, in the game between Rapport and Nakamura, Nakamura has won. He's defeated Richard Rapport.
Yep. And also it was a draw. There we can see between Andrei Esipenko and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Oh, no, they're still playing.
Oh, we've got some kind of dispute. What's going on here? They've stopped the clocks. And I think Maxime is claiming a draw. That he's saying if he plays rook d4, it'll repeat the position for the third time. And I think the arbiter, this might have to go to VAR.
Yeah.
They're going to check the video to see if this repeats for the third time. Yep. They've got the video coming in to check.
And we can also see we got a glimpse of the scoreboard. We see that WR Chess, they are 2 points up.
And Alexander Kostyanyuk has a queen and pawn against rook and knight. So, well, she has some winning chances. Tough to win because actually white is very well coordinated here. But there is a chance. So this is not easy for Kamalidnova.
No, and yeah, this is the issue that the rook and the knight, they are beautifully anchored together, and the black king is just not making any inroads.
Yep.
Maybe time to bring in the king.
King sticking closer, but yeah, f4. I mean.
Okay, now making progress.
A little bit.
Now the king can work its magic around.
Yeah, if he can get in here and come into g3, then the king is doing something.
Okay, she's thrown in a few checks. She has to keep an eye over the d5 pawn.
I think this could be a Zugzwang position, actually.
Okay.
I think that was the right route. I think she should have stuck to her guns and gone to play the king into g3. I think that was possible, actually.
Okay, now the king moves backwards. She still has time.
Also good. Also good.
This is good. Now the rook can't sit on d4. And she can freely advance the d4 pawn. And then she's getting ready. Well, actually, you can't advance the d4 pawn. The pawn. And this doesn't impact the standings because it was a draw between Yesipenko and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and WR have won the match. So it's impossible to push the d-pawn to d4 because white will simply capture it, and the resulting king and pawn endgame is going to be favourable for white.
I think she was on the right tack. I think you've got to bring the king round to the g5.
Well, she can do it now. She's got a lot of time now. Throw in a checks.
Yep, now king e6.
Yep. And now the king comes forward. And this is one of the great things. They are on move 101. And now the king
Was king
was
g3
close to g3,
was
but
g3
not quite
possible?
there.
I'm not sure. King g3 might have been possible.
You've got to be careful where you put the queen. Don't allow it to be forked.
Okay, king. I still want to play king g4.
Well, and now queen lifts up. Now the king makes his way.
King g3, rook d3 check, and if it goes to h2, rook h3 was mate. That might have been the issue.
Well, black not quite making any progress. Queen can give a check. And it does seem that white's defensive construction is holding up. The d-pawn can't be advanced. King sliding back.
Yeah, come on.
And in fact, they've actually played more than 50 moves without a pawn capture or a pawn move.
Could this one be going to VAR as well?
I mean, if Kamala Denova wants to claim a draw, she'd be well within her rights.
But I think WR Chess have won the match anyway.
And there the arbiter has stepped in and the game has been declared a draw. So, WR Chess team, they take the lead. Now, Kaz Chess, if they want to take it to tie breaks, they are in a must-win situation. There we can see victories for Hikaru Nakamura against Richard Rapport, and also a victory for Vadim Rosenstein against Ayten Islam. Secure victory. So, WR Chess team, 4 points. Kaz Chess, 2.
And how about the third place playoff?
Well,
let's go down to that.
There you can see it was a win for Hexamind, 3.5, 2.5. Maybe we can have a look whilst we're waiting for the teams to get ready for the second match. How did Hikaru beat Richard Rapport?
Let's have a look. Let me just find the game. Okay, if I just go from the beginning very quickly, maybe we can have the graphics board up and we'll take you through Hikaru Nakamura against Richard Rapport. So Hikaru Nakamura playing for WR Chess, of course. Here we go. We've got our board. I'm going to play through the moves very quickly before they take the board away. So it's a King's Indian. B5 from Rapport. He likes to go his own way, do things a little bit differently. Well, that's interesting. So the bishop striking across the board at the rook. Yeah, so slightly unusual position with the rook on a6, but c5 hits out at white center. Okay, fairly balanced so far, but now we've got a situation where I wonder if Nakamura with white is starting to take control with this, you know, one of the knight coming to d4 or g5 or something.
It's looking nice, isn't it?
Let's have a look. There we go, knight d4, the blocker. And bishop g2 hits the d-pawn. e6, so now it looks like a French defense.
Except there's no dark square bishop, which is a problem, I would say.
Those weak squares.
If the queen could magically transport herself to h6.
Oh, there we go. H4,
yeah,
h4, h5.
h5.
It's going. Apparently black is still okay here, but anyway.
Yeah, but on a blitz game, it's very difficult to handle this type of initiative.
Yeah, I mean, when there's a pawn on h6 like
Yeah.
that, just restricting the king, setting up all kinds of nasty tricks. Yeah, it looks very difficult for black already. Knight d5. Okay, so queen takes, then the knight would come to f6 check. Rook takes. Well, let's just show that with, whoops, with a strategically winning position, because the knight and pawn just dominate the king and the rook can come in here, winning position. So it went instead queen e5, knight check, knight c8. I mean, this is wacky stuff, isn't it? It's a lovely move because it blocks the rook. So that means that, excuse me, rook d8 is the threat. And it's very hard for the king to get out. Okay, so bishop d3 blocks, but now the queen comes in. Queen c7, threatening something here, and queen d8.
And you're also threatening the rook as well. You can't cover queen d8.
So these,
f7.
Yeah, those are the threats. Yeah. So game over.
Yeah. Very nice game.
Yeah, I mean,
difficult to believe it's a blitz game. Actually, it
well,
felt
it's
like
interesting at this
very
moment.
High quality.
In fact, the computer still thinks this is level, but you know, I would say that once that pawn gets to h6, again, the computer thinks that white is only slightly better. Whereas I look at the position with the pawn on h6, and I just think this looks
on a practical level. This is
so
dangerous. Yeah.
I mean, the back rank is always weak. There's the possibility to float this knight in, as Hikaru managed to do. So yeah, Hikaru looked like he did very well there. Okay, so we see WR chess team take the lead, and in the Hexamind in Uzbekistan battle for the third place, there it was really close, but Hexamind just edging it with 3.5 points. I don't know if we got time to look at one more game. I've just seen the finish of the game between Abdusattorov and Aronian.
Yeah. So let's take it from the critical points. Okay, so we left it. Well, hang on, we didn't leave it. I'm going to go right from the beginning. I'm going to zip through very quickly. Kind of Queen's Indian thing. Abdusattorov castling queenside very early, and yeah, looks really sharp. Very sharp. Oh, that was a quick hit. So this is a very direct way of playing. So if rook takes rook, queen takes pawn, and queen takes rook. And knight f4. Okay, so Abdusattorov has sacked the exchange. And his king is relatively safe compared to black's. And okay, still, you know, this still got to be
very careful. Not easy to put this one away, but Abdusattorov managed to do that. He's threatening a check here.
Very dangerous.
And
here is where the Black King gets hunted down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, looked like a mad game, but I think the crucial thing there was that basically right from the word go, Abdusattorov had the initiative. Castled queenside very early, pushed with f5. There was pressure on the centre, but also on these pawns on the king side as well.
Right.
Look, very interesting game.
Absolutely fascinating. And, well, I can see that the board pairings are up, which means that we are going to be beginning our final second match in just a few minutes. And do remember, WR Chess, defending champions, they won the first match. So, Kaz Chess, if they want to take the match to tie breaks, they must win on demand. And it's exactly the same situation for Hexamind. If they want to take the match to tie breaks, they have to win the match.
Well, I think we should keep our eyes,
of course,
on the
big one,
on the
final.
final.
The final, of course, we're going to have to see. WR Chess playing for an amazing amount of prize money. This is it. This is the World Championship title on the line.
So this could be the second year in a row that WR Chess win the Blitz. I mean, let's see. It's going to take a massive effort for Kaz Chess to hit back here against basically the favourites in the tournament. By quite a long way actually. So. Let's see. It would be great if they did manage to get it to tiebreak, actually. But how are we doing? When are we kicking off?
We're kicking off right now. You can
now.
see the players. They are getting in the zone. They are getting absolutely focused. In the previous encounter, it was a draw between Alexander Grischuk and Alireza Firouzja. But now there's been a shake-up in the WR Chess team because Nepomniachtchi has been brought back in. He's got the white pieces against his compatriot, Alexander Grischuk.
Yeah, that was interesting. So who was benched in... Was Nepo benched in the last
Yes, he wasn't
round?
Playing.
So he's just had a bit of a rest and they're shaking it up. And this is the top team. So we've got Nepo, Firouzja, Nakamura, Vachier-Lagrave, Kosteniuk, and Rosenstein. Those are the big six.
Okay. How do you think Nepo will open? He's been opening with e4. It's been relatively successful.
Yeah.
And there we are seeing Alireza Firouzja, who is a candidate for one of our players of the day.
Oh, yeah, let's look at...
His incredible performance.
I'm just curious to see, looking at the stats. Yeah, Alireza has 7 out of 8 today. And let me see. Yeah, I mean, look, Abdusattorov has 6 out of 7. Also not too shabby. And there are a few others. There's a couple of others with 6 out of 7, but Alireza with 7 out of 8, certainly the best percentage score, and gaining a massive 16 ELO points, which, when you're so high rated, that's very impressive.
Yeah.
Grischuk has, let me see, Grischuk is on 5 out of 8. I mean, he's actually winning a handful of ELO points, so he's also actually having a very good tournament.
Well, we are seeing on our cameras, Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura in white. And the handshake, this is it. The pressure has just begun. And there we're seeing is an Italian. Nepo is just playing true to his form. It's what he's prepared for this event. And there we're seeing castles, now to d6. He's been very effective.
The gioco piano.
Yeah.
It's the opening of the moment.
And you know how he's been playing? He's been putting the queen out to b3, targeting f7. He's been going h3 here. Will he be doing the same?
Yeah, it's interesting that there have been a few situations where this rook has come here and it's gone a5 and queen b3. Other players like to play b4 at a very early stage. Well, he's done it in this case, but it's a rather different kind of position. Yeah, sometimes when you play an early b4, it means this rook can come to a2 and then potentially swing across the board, actually. But okay, in this case, he's played rook b1, and sometimes you can push open.
Yep, and he's pushing open, but on the queen side, as he challenges the knight. Knight is going to take a step back.
You think d8, or a5?
Okay,
yeah,
b8.
Oh, it's b8. Okay, he's going to bounce around via d7. Yep, looks very stable, actually. Pretty good. Now, are we going to see queen b3? Probably not. Maybe I guess an exchange on e6 and knight c4 or knight f1. Probably, I'm guessing knight c4. That's my prediction.
Well, we're seeing your first prediction come true, and then knight c. Okay.
Oh, push forward d4. Interesting.
Okay. Knight to.
This is the thing with the gioco piano. It's very varied. Sometimes you can maneuver, sometimes you push forward, but it's very subtle indeed. I mean, I would say that Grischuk has actually a very stable position. This is a really nice setup because if this pawn ever advances, then black has control over c5. Taking here isn't a big deal. I mean, I would say absolutely fine for black. And that bishop is lurking in the corner, cutting down to the king. So far so good for Grischuk, I would say.
Yep. And remember, CAS chess, they need to win this match if they want to force tie breaks. And Alexander thinking about what to do. I mean, there's so many plans. One thing that kind of appealed to me was c6, but maybe you don't need to play moves like that. Maybe just focus on improving the worst placed piece. And yeah, look at that. Now the rook has come alive.
Yeah, that
love it.
Makes a lot of sense. So there's a bit of action on the A file. Yeah, I wouldn't feel that comfortable with white. Okay, Nepo's played c4, but black has good control over these squares. Did he need to exchange off? Maybe he did because the knight was coming to f5, but still very comfortable for black.
And now a knight
with
can
control.
Deposit itself on c5, e5. Black is for choice. Challenging.
Yeah, good move. So I think that just kind of eliminates any danger of a rook moving down.
Yep.
I mean, this knight is a little bit passive, but I mean, there's not too much wrong with white's position at the moment.
No. And there we're seeing a trade.
Now, queen, where's it going to go? f3 or c2? I mean, I imagine c2 just to stop the rook coming down. Yep, there we go, queen c2. So he's managed to protect this pawn. I mean, everything looks fine. I would say neither side has too much to worry about here.
Yep. And I'm keeping an eye on the other boards, and so far it's looking good for Alireza Firouzja. All of the other games are roughly balanced. And so if Alexander Grischuk could squeeze out a win, obviously that's going to help the CAS chess come back, which is exactly what they need to do.
Grischuk trying hard. He's trying to create something, putting the knight on f4. But, well, no drama with the rook on the third rank, covering everything. It looks absolutely fine for white to me. When I say fine, still think it's
rock
even.
solid.
Yeah, evenish.
And that's blocking out the bishop.
I think very sensible because, sometimes there are tactics. Sometimes even white, without the pawn on f6, could even push with e5. So that just stops anything advancing. Finally, this knight spinning around. So it might want to come to f5 on a good day.
Well, it's an interesting position because one doesn't quite know which side is actually playing.
Rook a4, good move. So that ties the knight down to the defense of the c-pawn. And then it's gone
back.
Back again.
And
so a tacit draw offer, perhaps?
Yeah, I know. Nepo looked around when he saw that rook retreat. But Grischuk really running low on the clock. 27 seconds.
Yeah. Looks like could be heading towards a draw here. They're repeating the position. He's played it. Are they going to look into each other's eyes?
I think they're going
and
to
come
look
to an
around.
understanding? I think they might do.
And look at the captain.
Draw.
Who might say it's okay, draw. And Alexander Grischuk claiming a draw. We have the handshake and first result in. Maybe we can move around. And there we're seeing Alireza Firouzja against Richard Reports. Now Alireza was doing very well. Wow.
Strong pass pawn. And if he can just get one square further down, this looks pretty desperate for Rapport.
Yep. It's going to get to B2. One square away from promotion. And
there's a funny little trick there, actually. It's gone knight b4. And then basically, okay, we haven't got, on our graphics board, we haven't got knight b4 yet, but there's a back rank trick, which Firouzja has to be aware of. So it went knight b4. Now if b2, then knight c2. So bishop takes f6 is by far the best move. Yeah, just making sure there's no back rank tricks.
And he's setting up b2 because you cannot capture that pawn because the rook will slide to b3 and pin. And Richard, well, he's fighting as hard as he can to save the point, but
that's a beautiful move. Rook takes pawn, rook e1 check. Alireza is going to win this one.
He resigns.
There we go. So WR chess.
They take the lead.
Looking very good for them. Let's go to, let me see, Nakamura playing white against Yesipenko. And looks like Hikaru with white is better. Yep. The king blockades the d-pawn really nicely, and then it's possible to break open the position. And yeah, rook h6 coming. I mean, Nakamura is so good in these kind of technical positions.
And the players are just blitzing it out. So let's go full screen so we can have a better look at the clock. And it's a race. Hikaru just contemplating whether his rook can withstand the march of the a-pawn, and yes, absolutely.
Rook behind the pawn, the king goes to c5, the queenside pawns advance, and I think that should be that. Yep. So rook on a6, make sure that the pawn isn't queening, and then advance the queenside pawns. Technical win. Hikaru down to under 10 seconds. Now c6 and rook a7 check.
And then, but the rook has to maintain contact with that passed a-pawn. So Hikaru dropping back with the king.
Okay.
And then dropping back.
Very interesting.
That's a nice one. And
okay.
now you can just capture.
You capture and take on a2 and winning position.
The finger is moving furiously. He goes into the king and pawn endgame, and
game over. Completely game over.
Yep. Now it's coming. He's got control. He's going to be much faster, and we have another point going to WR chess.
Okay, let's go to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing black against Aldia Ansat. And let me see, Maxime is a piece up. Whoa, it's very complicated, but I'm just tuning in here.
Well, Aldia needs to win this game.
Well, he's doing his best. I mean,
at the minute, the scores are 2-1. And if Aldia Ansat and Meret Kamilidanova win, then they will successfully take it to tie breaks.
I mean, this is really, really sharp. But, you know, Maxime has an exposed king, and now the rook f1 threatened. Wow, he's dancing on the edge of a precipice. And I tell you what, Ansat is playing brilliantly. He's now threatening queen d8, but Maxime has broken through. And I'm assuming that there's going to be a loose rook somewhere, or
well,
he can keep the king exposed.
Can he not? No, he cannot hide on a2 because of the queen.
Queen d5 check.
Exactly.
That's game over. The discover check. I think he was lost anyway. Discover check, and the rook is going to take the queen. I think he was lost. Poor guy.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, Maxime, he's a brilliant, brilliant blitz player.
And he's a brilliant tactician at that. And with that win, well, there you can see the hopes of Kaz Chess for taking it to tiebreak. But WR Chess team, well, they just, as you can see from the scoreboard, they are going to be the champions. The FIDE World Blitz Team champions. Well, in a field of giants, WR Chess team, they rose above everyone once again. What a score. What a tournament. What a performance there from the greats.
Well, I think in the end, you know, they really played themselves into form. And I think, you know, that final match, I think, underscored how well they're playing. We had Nepo, slightly difficult position.
There you can see WR Chess team, smiles on their faces,
And that's
high fives,
the
congratulations.
Sponsor, that's the sponsor,
all round.
Vadim Rosenstein, who's assembled this team and
they did it.
Actually produced, certainly in the first of the matches in the final, he won his game. Yeah, he assembled this team, and what a team. Let's look at some of the individual scores, because if we have a look, we can see that Alireza Firouzja today scored 8 out, in overall. Yeah, today he scored 8 out of 9. We had Hikaru Nakamura scored 7 out of 9. So, you know, they really produced when it counted. Great stuff.
Absolutely great stuff. I mean, they just kept leveling up. The Blitz is their format, and there is just fantastic to see the relief on their faces, the joy as this team finally pull it together. And we're going to go straight to Charlize, who is there in the playing hall, just feeling the atmosphere. Charlize, over to you.
We are live in the playing hall where the FIDE World Blitz Team Championships has just concluded, and WR Chess are once again the champions. It was quite a scene here as MVL secured a clutch win in that last games. So that's it from us. Hope you enjoyed all the chess actions. The player literally ran out the hall. I think they want some rest before the wonderful prize giving we will have later. Until next year, see you then.
Wow. But you could just see the joy, though, the celebration on the faces, the relief as well. Because, I mean, this really was a field of giants, as I mentioned. You know, we had the best players in the world, ultimate speedsters, the very best of the best competing. And we saw from the World Rapid Team event that being the highest rated didn't guarantee you success.
Very true.
They didn't even medal there, but here they absolutely shone at this time format.
It was actually very convincing. I'm wondering about the third place playoff, and I can see that, I'm just looking now, Hexamind defeated Uzbekistan 3.5, 2.5 in that second match. So you're saying I've forgotten what happened in the first match. So does that mean it goes to tiebreak?
Well, let's have a look at the standings. The final standings. It was an epic clash at the end. And here we can see in the final, it was WR Chess team that emerged the champion. So was it
No playoff
No
for third
playoff.
place.
Third
It's actually
place.
Hexamine won both games. I'm afraid it slipped my mind what happened in the first match.
Okay, it's been a very long and confusing day. But yeah, absolutely. Hexamine there in third place. Massive congratulations to WR chess team and all of the medalists. What a performance. What an absolute legend of a tournament. Full of drama, surprises, twists, turns. It had it all.
And actually, I think somehow a really fitting final day. I think it all came together, and as I've said to the start, these top players, they know how to turn games around. They don't play blitz games that are absolutely perfect. It's not like that. They're not. Some of their games are crushes, but actually, very often, we see them coming back from actually very difficult positions. So it's not about opening play. It's not about, knowing so much theory. It's actually about just always believing that they can come back. And, that's what I find very impressive about, let's say, Alireza Firouzja and Abdusattorov and Nakamura. Although Nakamura, played very well, but by his really high standards, he's had better tournaments, but still, he did show his class, for example, in that final game, defeating Yesipenko, who's played extremely well in this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. The players rose to the challenge. This is a very difficult format, and they use their wits, they use their nerves, they use absolutely everything to emerge to the top. And you mentioned one, Alireza Firouzja. He had an incredible tournament. Today, he really shone through for WR chess team. So that is why we are giving him the player of the day. 8 points out of 9. What a performer for WR chess. And again, what a team. Nepomniachtchi, Alireza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura. These guys are legends in the chess world, and they were assembled like the mighty Avengers here to take the ultimate prize.
And let's not forget the women's board. So that's Alexandra Kostyniuk. And then the recreational player was the sponsor Vadim Rosenstein, who, he had a bit of an up and down tournament, but he did play his part in several matches very well. So anyway, congratulations to all of them.
Absolutely, because in the end, it's all about teamwork, right? The team has to cover each other. They cover each other's mistakes. They cover each other's strengths. They motivate each other, and it's all about team spirit and just unifying together and just making sure that it all works on the chessboard.
One more mention. We should also mention Jan Gustafsson, who was the coach and captain of the team. Didn't play any matches, but Jan is a professional broadcaster and coach these days, and he obviously played his part as well in their victory.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been the captain now for, since its inception, since 2023. He's been a captain. He's helped choose the team, give them advice, been there for them. We saw he was a constant presence for WR chess team. But we've got to give our congratulations to absolutely everyone. It has been an epic event right here in our home city of London. Danny, I'd like to thank you for guiding us through the action, the drama, the thrills, the spills, sharing your knowledge, sharing your power play with us.
Good grief. And likewise, it's been great fun commentating. And, thank you for everyone's watching. Does this mean we're actually wrapping up, or are we going to go to Charlize and an interview?
No.
We're not wrapping up?
That's all from us here at the World Blitz Team Championship. A big thank you from us here in the studio to watching us and just following and just being with us every move of the way. It has been an absolute pleasure. Stay safe, everyone, and until the next, goodbye.